We may begin.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting. Today is Thursday, December 5th, 2024. The time is 2:17 p.m. and we are in the Building and Safety Boardroom at 201 North Figueroa Street, 9th floor, Los Angeles, California. I am President Thyris Mason and I will be chairing this meeting. The following commissioners are present: Commissioners Lim, Melendez, and Nash. I'm going to go over some housekeeping items before we get started. This meeting is being recorded. Therefore, we ask that when addressing the commission, you speak close to the microphone and only one person at a time. Please state your name each time you speak. Members of the public who wish to only listen to the commission meeting and not provide public comment may call council phone at 213-621-2489 or 818-904-9450. This meeting is also being live streamed. Individuals who wish to watch this meeting may do so by visiting cannabis.lacity.gov. We will be following the agenda order for the most part. Agendas are located on the table by the entrance door along with speaker cards. Individuals who are physically here and wish to address this commission must fill out a speaker's card and specify which item or items you are going to speak on. Individuals can provide public comment or comments about a specific agenda item in person or virtually via the Zoom link provided on the agenda. If you are present at the meeting, please fill out a speaker card and turn it in to Irene or Rocky. When I call your name, please come up to the podium and clearly state your name. If you are in the Zoom call, when the item you wish to speak on is called, press *9 to get on the speaking queue. The commission executive assistant will call out each speaker by the last four digits of their phone number to identify the caller. The caller will be prompted to unmute themselves by dialing *6. We will consider general public comment and single or multiple agenda items together. Therefore, speakers will have 1 minute for general public comment and 1 minute per item with a maximum of 2 minutes for multiple items. In total, an individual shall be limited to 3 minutes of public comment per meeting. Representatives from neighborhood councils who have filed a resolution or a community impact statement with the city clerk, which relates to any item on the agenda, will be given time to speak during the agenda item itself. Please provide a copy of the filed statement or resolution to the commission executive assistant. Any neighborhood council representative speaking on behalf of their neighborhood council must provide a letter on their letterhead stating the neighborhood council's position on the matter. Absent any neighborhood council documentation, comments may still be provided during the public comment period. We ask that speakers state whether they are providing general public comment and or which other item or items they are speaking on before they begin to comment. This is so that staff can appropriately time them. If the speaker does not specify which items they are speaking on, 1 minute will be provided. PowerPoint presentations presented to the commission today, whether it's by the department or applicants, will be posted online and made available to the public on DCR's website within 2 business days. For those attending the in-person meeting, please be aware that after 6:00 p.m., if you leave the 9th floor and wish to return, you will need to check in with security on the 1st floor to re-enter the elevators and access the 9th floor. Please turn off your cell phones or place them on vibrate so as not to disturb the proceedings. Please be respectful. Disruptions will not be tolerated. If you disrupt the proceedings, you will have 2 warnings. If you continue the disruptive behavior, you will be asked to leave the meeting. We are on to agenda item 1, which is a report from the executive director. In this case, it will be the assistant executive director, Jason Killeen. Mr. Killeen, is there a report?
Good afternoon, Jason Killeen, assistant executive director. No, we do not have a report for you today, Madam President.
Okay, thank you. At this time, we will now open general public comment and single or multiple agenda items. Speakers can address the commission on non-agenda related items that are within the jurisdiction of the commission or provide public comment for items in today's agenda. If you are listening on the live stream and have called to provide public comment via Zoom, please mute the live stream audio before you begin speaking to eliminate feedback. We will alternate between calling up individuals here at the meeting and those on the call. Please bear with us. Are there any speaker cards? Okay, we will begin with Ignite McDaniel.
Please state your name and which items you're speaking on.
Greetings all. My name is Ignite Daniel on item 5.
You have 1 minute.
Greetings, council. My name is Ignite Daniel. I have worked with Life Development. Life Development Group is a nonprofit that did a lot of social equity applicants, assisted a number of social equity applicants in this business and coming through. And having done so, I have interacted with investors such as the investor that we have, that is the investor for this in particular item, and the predatory things that they have done. We definitely urge that you guys just take a look into the documents and make sure that things are in order, because we are aware of some things that can directly impact just the integrity of this program and what it was meant to be and what it is here for, and things that should nullify the license as it stands now. So I do appreciate you guys hearing us and the things that are taken off when the neighborhood council
Thank you.
comes.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Treviso. Is there anyone in the queue?
There are no raised hands, but I will make an announcement. If anyone in the virtual meeting would like to provide public comment, please dial *9. There are no raised hands.
Okay, thank you. Back to the room. Sherry Franklin.
Hi, my name is Cherie Franklin. I wear many hats, but I'm here today on item number 5.
You have 1
Uh,
minute.
Thank you. Supporting the Neighborhood Council's request that this license on the corner of Crenshaw and Martin Luther King, if it's not licensed, it be moved and they move to another location. I am on the board of directors for the Leimert Park Village organization, and we set up the neighborhood revitalization plan for Crenshaw Corridor, Leimert Park Village. And we also had advocated for design standards in the community. And we would like to make sure that any business that's on that corner does so. The other thing is that we want to make sure that the neighborhood council and everything that they are fighting for are honored, because they are really helping us make sure that the community stays in a place where we can generate other business, but also live up to our plans that we have for Crenshaw and the improvement plans that we have set forth. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone in the queue?
No raised hands, but I will make another announcement. If anyone in the virtual meeting would like to provide public comment, please dial *9. Caller with phone number ending in 1067, please state your name and the items you wish to speak on.
Hi, this is Jennifer Torres, Planning Deputy for CD5. I have a letter for item 7. Not sure if you guys would prefer me to wait until that item is up or read the letter now.
On the item, please.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, we will put you back in the queue.
Thank you. Back to the room, Evelyn, Roland, Gramercy Block Club. Thank you. Anyone in the queue?
Yes. Caller with phone number ending in 6264. Please state your name and the item you wish to speak on.
You are unmuted.
Um, we cannot hear you. Can you put your volume up? You sound very far.
You hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. Please state your
The
name
name is
and the
Fernando.
items you wish to speak on.
Yes, this is Fernando Monte Rodriguez. I am the district director for Councilmember Harris Dawson. I would like to speak on item 12.
During the item, please.
Would you like to speak
I'm sorry?
now or during the item?
During the item is fine.
Okay, we'll put you back in the queue.
Ingrid Rivera Guzman.
Ingrid Rivera Guzman, item 12.
You have 1 minute.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam President, members of the commission. I am here as a representative from Empowerment Congress Central Neighborhood Council. I am the Area 1 representative and also the chair of the Transportation and Public Works Committee. And I'm here in support of the Gramercy Block Club, which represents over 150 residents in our neighborhood council, and we are here to oppose the approval of the license for this cannabis on the corner of Van Ness. We have talked to the developer and we believe that there are serious concerns about his capacity to provide safety in the community. They have refused to provide a security guard to be present. And there are already a lot of issues with the current property that he manages and is responsible for at that location at the time. So we urge the commission to please hear the voices of our community. We are not opposed to cannabis shops being there, but we do want to make sure that our residents have their safety and that we're able to have livable streets, as there are also 2 child centers that are located close by, and we'll have a lot of children and families walking through that location in place. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone on the queue?
There are no raised hands.
Okay, thank you. We are on to Henry Garcia. Okay, so we need to make it clear that if you've spilled out you are not allowed to comment during the agenda item itself. Only the neighborhood councils and city council offices are allowed to comment during the agenda item itself. If you have completed a speaker card, now is your time to make your comment. Otherwise, you are forfeiting your comment.
Could another representative from that block club speak first?
I'm calling the cards in the order that they're were presented to me. Thank you.
Okay, I will defer. Thank you.
Okay. We're back to the queue.
If anyone in the virtual meeting would like to provide public comment, please dial *9. There are no raised hands.
Thank you. Daniel Adamian.
Thank you. Daniel Adomian speaking on item number 12.
You have 1 minute.
I also serve as a member of the Empowerment Congress Central Neighborhood Council. I am also voicing my opposition to the proposed dispensary at 4369 South Van Ness for the following reasons. They did not conduct outreach to the neighborhood council. They apparently only conducted one form of outreach to the community in general and only at the insistence of the Gramercy Block Club. During that meeting, the community voiced several concerns, including deferred maintenance at the property as a whole, lack of proper measures to address existing cannabis odor, the fact that it is a mixed use property, retail on the bottom, residence on top, presents issues to existing residents there. There were concerns about vagrancy in the alleyway behind the property. And there were also some questionable statements made by the operator that frankly presented a stigma about the area of South Los Angeles.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Mr. Vizel, anyone in the queue?
There are no raised hands.
Okay, Frank Bach. Back to the queue.
No raised hands.
Okay, I'm just going to stay in the room from this point forward. If there is anyone in the queue who wishes to speak during public comment, please raise your hand. Thank you. Max Frischberg.
Hi, this is Max Frischberg speaking on item 12.
You have 1 minute.
I'm a member of the Gramercy Block Club. We are a group of neighbors and families. There's a lot of kids in the neighborhood, and we are strongly opposed to this dispensary opening up in our community. We're not opposed to any dispensary. We welcome one if the operators and the owners treat us with respect and compassion and empathy. We had a Zoom call with the operators, and they did not show compassion, and they made a lot of comments that offended a lot of members of our community. And this is just not a good fit. Again, we are in favor of, well-run dispensaries, but in our community with families living above, with children running on the streets, this is not the best fit. And their lack of empathy and outreach really speaks volumes into what they think about our community. And we are vehemently, we are just strongly against it. I'll say that. Thank you.
Harry Frischberg.
Thank you. I'm Harry Frischberg speaking on issue 12.
You have 1 minute.
All right. I want to echo everything that's been said from the previous speakers, from our representatives in the neighborhood council, and from anyone else who may be speaking out. But I also wanted to let you know that as the Block Club, we also represent many families, including a family who lives in the apartment building, which is being proposed to house this cannabis dispensary. One family lives directly above where the dispensary would be located. They have a child who suffers with asthma and who has had significant health problems and are extremely worried about the potential of this dispensary coming in. They're also afraid to come forward and speak because of reprisals from the owner and operator. So I want to speak on their behalf and let you know that there are serious health concerns that we feel are not being taken seriously by these owners and operators. And we thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you.
Gina Fields.
Good afternoon. I'm Gina Fields with Equa Neighborhood Council.
What items are you speaking?
Number 5. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Gina Fields, Chairperson of Empowerment Congress West Area Neighborhood Development Council, also known as Equa. Equa previously voted to oppose the issuance of the annual cannabis license for Crenshaw Legacy LLC, formerly known as Free the Trappers, currently Herbarium Crenshaw, located.
You pause for a second.
Yes,
A couple of things. You all submitted a community impact statement.
We did.
Would you like to hold your comment until the item?
I'm okay with that. Whatever you choose is best, but I would like 3 minutes, please. So wherever I can get 3 minutes, I'll take.
You have more than 3, I believe.
Oh, great.
Yes, so this is Emily Wada from the City Attorney's Office. You can provide comment now for public comment. If you've designated, you said you're here to speak on one agenda item, so that would give you 1 minute. However, you can also present again when the agenda item actually comes up that you're seeking to comment on, and then you get your time there, which will be longer. So I didn't know, so I think the clarification is if you want to continue your 1 minute public comment now or do the whole
I
presentation.
prefer to do the whole presentation with the 3 minutes. So would that be during the item?
Yes.
Trust your expertise. Thank you
During
so
the
much. I'll
item.
wait until the item number. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Wonderful.
Mary Rose
Hello, my name's Mary Rose. I'm speaking on item 5.
You have 1 minute.
Thank you. I've lived in Leimert Park around the corner from Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard and Crenshaw Boulevard for over 20 years. Having a cannabis dispensary at the historic location is not appropriate. It gives the wrong impression of our beautiful neighborhood. I hope support and funds can be given to the owner to move to another location. However, a license should not be issued at this location. Thank you.
Thank you.
Last name is Nguyen.
Hi, I'm here to speak on item number 11. My name is Vietnam Nguyen.
You have
I'm
1
the
minute.
I'm the founder of the Little Cottage Caregivers LLC, and I registered my BTRC in 2007 ICO, and I had been in business since 2006. The owners, Shlomo Mary and his son Adi Mary, bought some, but not all of my ownership interest. When the operations on La Brea were thriving, they did not share any profits with me. Ultimately, they excluded me from the business, ran up a tax debt of over millions of dollars, and my seller's permit account, my original seller's permit account revoked currently. In 2021, Herbarium at La Brea, under the Little Cottage Caregivers, started billboards for Free the Trappers. This name was created by Shlomo Mary and Adi. In fall of 2023, they shifted Free the Trappers to their social equity partnership, Crenshaw Legacy LLC. I have documents here backing up my statements to give to you guys. I wanted to
Use your
share
time
this
with that.
information, and in my opinion, that they should not be granted annual licensing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Park Davis. Before you approach, did you want to give your public comment now or reserve your council office privilege to comment during the item itself? Okay, thank you. And Terry Tippett.
Hello, I'm Terry Tippett. I'm Chair of the West Side Neighborhood Council, but I'm just giving general comments now because our Cannabis Chair will do our Neighborhood Council when the item's called. We have been working with several dispensaries over the years, and the one thing I have found is that when we approach them and say, you know, you shouldn't be doing this or that, they go, we didn't know that. So either there needs to be some connect with you or the counselor or whoever you send to work with these people to let them know what they can do and what they can't do. Either that or they are telling us they didn't know and they did. So we're the ones who have to come here, clean up the mess when people on both sides don't seem to be able to work together. Also, we've submitted complaints over the last 2 years and never once had a reply back through the portal. I am so much happier now to come in person to be able to tell you of the trials and tribulations we've had with trying to get our complaints in with different cannabis operations in our area, not today's, but other ones.
Thank you.
So those are my comments, that there needs to be a better connect with what they can do and can't do, that they actually learn before they start operation. Thank you.
Thank you.
The time is 2:42 p.m. Let the record reflect that Commissioner Farnby has joined the meeting. Are there any other speaker cards? Tina Fields?
Good afternoon again. Let me know when you're ready.
We're going to allow you to give the neighborhood council presentation at this time.
Great. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'd like to speak on all items so that I have a full 3 minutes if nobody objects.
How many minutes are we allowing?
This is
Public
neighborhood
comments,
council.
but I'd like to speak on all items.
It's neighborhood council presentation or something?
Neighborhood council presentation.
Finish your. I'm sorry,
Oh.
it's not a neighborhood council presentation. Because we call it neighborhood council presentation during. So we're allowing these fields. Development, social need to declare things that should be.
Are there any other public comments?
Hi, Cherie Franklin. Again, I wear many hats. One of them is I strongly advocated for our charter amendment to create our neighborhood councils. And when we voted to have cannabis here, I strongly recommended that we have the neighborhood councils at the table to make sure that we were holding the licensees accountable. And I think in the case of number 7, Danny Shaker and Alex have been very good at responding to the neighborhood council and understanding their concerns with anything that's happened at the site. And in this case, I believe the system is working. This is why we put the neighborhood councils in place and why we have made sure that we have a commission that can hear them and they can be a part of the process. They have been following up with the neighborhood council, and they are going to continue to do that. And as a person who's very much committed to making sure that the process works, I commit to you that I too will help them make sure that they follow the rules. And as Terry said, understand them and work in partnership with you. And as we did when we started this process back in 2016, create an
you. Your time
opportunity
is up.
for licensees to be able to understand all the rules. And I believe they do. And I think you'll find when they present that they've done everything and they should be a part of a due process to give them opportunity to prove themselves, that they can abide by the rules and that they understand them and that they're going to honor
Thank
the
you, ma'am. Your time
neighborhood.
is up.
Thank you.
Are there any other callers in the queue?
Yes. Caller with phone number ending in 3067. Please state your name and which items you wish to speak on.
Hello, this is Steve Baghubi, and I'm legal counsel for Crenshaw Legacy. We've been in contact with Emily Wada at the city attorney's office. The notice our client received for this hearing was on December 19th. We received notice that it was moved to December 5th very, very recently, and certainly not in line with the municipal code. So we respectfully request that this hearing be pushed back to March of 2025.
Thank you for your comment. At this time, we are closing public comments. However, we are going to allow a neighborhood council presentation on agenda item number 5.
I'm sorry. This is Deputy City Attorney Emily Wada. I'm so apologetic
okay.
here for there's a lot of confusion going on here.
Yeah, there is.
I believe that procedurally speaking here, Ms. Fields, your comments today must be done as a member of the public.
Okay.
And so you will eventually be given an opportunity to do your presentation formally on behalf of the neighborhood council when the matter is substantively heard. But I believe that given there's likely a continuance request we just heard from the applicant that it may not be heard today. So I think that you should proceed as a member of the public. How do you feel about that?
I trust the expertise of this commission. But yes, if I request to speak on all items, will I be given 3 minutes to speak now?
Yes, you will.
Okay, I would like that.
Wonderful. Thank you, Ms. Fields.
Thank you all for working out with me. I appreciate it. Good afternoon.
One moment before you start.
Let me know when.
Allison, are you in agreement? Okay, we are reopening public comment period.
Everyone, okay, sorry, I'm here.
You have 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. I'm Gina Fields, Chairperson of Empowerment Congress West Area Neighborhood Development Council, also known as EQUA. EQUA previously voted to oppose the issuance of the annual cannabis license for Crenshaw Legacy, formerly known as Free the Trappers, currently Herbarium Crenshaw, located at 4050 Crenshaw Boulevard. At the EQUA special board meeting on Tuesday, July 2nd, the EQUA board listened to the residents' list of complaints, included those complaints in our previous community impact statement. We still have concerns and would appreciate the assistance of the Department of Cannabis Regulation in helping us to find a resolution. While EQUA seeks to support our local businesses and has been instrumental and supportive of the development of the social equity program, we oppose the location of this or any cannabis dispensary on the historic corner of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard and Crenshaw Boulevard for the following reasons. Number one, based on the actions preceding the hearing, the abusive emails sent to the neighborhood council, and harassing statements to board members, our concern is that if Lorenz Lanier receives his license at this location, he will revert to his blatant disregard and disrespect of the community. Please see the email attached to the community impact statement. Number two, residents are concerned that during the Kingdom Day Parade, the media staging will highlight the cannabis dispensary on its televised programming and support a continued negative stereotype of Crenshaw Boulevard and its nearby neighborhoods as being drug-filled. Number three, Crenshaw Legacy, LLC, Herbarium Crenshaw, is said to be opened with a social equity license, but the license holder, Lorenz Lanier, is not listed as the owner of the business with the California Secretary of State. Instead, Adi Muri is. Additionally, Crenshaw Legacy LLC is registered to a different address than the store location. We've brought this to the license holder's attention on numerous occasions, but it has not been addressed. Please see the documentation attached to the community impact statement. These inconsistencies with ownership should prohibit licensing. Our concern is if the social equity license holder is truly an owner or merely a figurehead. Furthermore, the intersection of Crenshaw Boulevard and Dr. Martin Luther King is iconic within the community. It's a place where our community often gathers to protest injustice and seek solace and healing. For example, after the murder of Trayvon Martin and the killing of George Floyd, the community gathered at Crenshaw and Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard to protest and comfort one another. Additionally, community activists hold press conferences at this intersection to publicly address concerns within our community. Please assist us in maintaining the legacy of this historic corner by providing information about any grants, funding, or relocation assistance that could be offered to the social equity license holder to facilitate moving to a different location. Thank you for consideration on behalf of our stakeholders and our EQUA board.
Thank you. May I close public comment period at this time? Okay, with that, public comments are now closed. We are on to item number 3, which is commission business. We have the election of officers on today's agenda. Is there a nomination for commission vice president?
This is Commissioner Lim. I vote that we continue the voting till the next session.
Is there a second?
Commissioner Farm, yes, sir.
Interesting. Ms. Treviso, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
Commissioner Farmby,
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez,
So this is Deputy City Attorney Emily Wada. Just to summarize, because Commissioner Melendez asked me for clarification, the agenda item that was opened was for item number 3, election of officers. And President Mason asked if there was any nominations for vice president, to which Commissioner Lim made a motion that we continue the election of officers to the next meeting, which I think is going to be after MLK in January 2025. And so Commissioner Lim made the motion, Commissioner Farnby seconded the motion, and now they're taking votes on that motion. That's where we're at.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
President Mason,
Nay.
the motion passes.
Thank you. Commissioners, you should have received an advance calendar in front of you with our future meeting dates. Please take a look and advise if there are any planned absences from any of the commissioners.
President Mason, we do also have the election of president. I'm not sure if that's going to be continued as well.
You raise a valid point. Okay. I'm sorry, we're going to revisit that item and reopen it. Is there a motion for commission president? A nomination for commission president?
This is Vice President Nash. I would nominate President Tyrese Mason for president.
Commissioner Farnby, second.
Thank you. Ms. Treviso, please call the roll.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
Commissioner Farnby,
Aye.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez,
Aye.
President Mason,
Aye.
the motion passes.
Thank you for your
Congratulations.
votes, gentlemen. I promise Mercury in retrograde is real this week. My God. This has been awful. Thank you.
This is Commissioner Lim. Can I make a motion to reopen in regards to the voting for the vice president?
You feel better about it now?
Yes.
Okay. Is that your motion?
Yes.
I will
I think
second.
it might be a motion to reconsider.
Yes,
Is that appropriate?
It is Commissioner Lim, motion to reconsider.
I second. This is President Mason.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
President Mason,
Aye.
Commissioner Farnby,
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez,
Aye.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
the motion passes.
Thank you. Is there a motion for Commission Vice President?
This is Commissioner Lim. I make a motion to nominate Vice President Nash.
This is Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Thank you. Ms. Treviso, please call the roll.
Okay, give me 1 second. Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez,
Aye.
Commissioner Farnby,
Aye.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
President Mason,
Aye.
the motion passes.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. I don't really have a long prepared speech. I'm just going to say it's an honor to sit in this seat and lead this esteemed body of commissioners. The brain trust here is probably the best brain trust of commissioners in the city. I will stand behind that if anybody challenges me on that. They definitely make me a sharper president. And again, it is an honor to be here to do the work of the city and to serve this industry. Now we can move on to the advanced calendar and any absences that are planned.
Commissioner Farnby, 5/1/2025, I will not be available.
Thank you. Any other absences? Moving on to the approval of minutes, we were sent the minutes of November 21st, 2024 for review. And
I do
you
have an
have a
announcement.
correction.
Mhm. Commissioners, please note that on item number 11, there's the licensee's information is incorrect. The applicant should be Moda Inc. instead of Venice Caregiver Foundation Inc. And the business premises should be 4001 West Sunset Boulevard instead of 8124 and 8128 West Foothill Boulevard
Thank you.
on the minutes of November 21st.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes as corrected on the record?
This is Commissioner Farmbee. I'll make a motion to approve the minutes.
Is there a second?
This is Commissioner Lim, I second that.
Thank you. Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
Oh, I'm sorry, this is Deputy City Attorney Emily Watt. I just want to clarify that the commissioners that weren't present for that meeting, could they confirm on the record whether or not you've reviewed those minutes before it's a vote?
This is Commissioner Melendez. I reviewed the minutes of the last meeting. This is Commissioner Farmbee. I've reviewed and listened to audio. Yeah.
Thank you.
Commissioner Farmbee? How do you vote? No, how do you
Yes.
vote?
Oh, yes. Aye.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez,
Aye.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
President Mason,
Aye.
the motion passes.
Moving on to commission announcements and updates. Commissioners, are there any announcements or updates? Moving on to future agenda requests. Commissioners, are there any future agenda item requests? I do have one, and that has to do with the enforcement report from the independent contractor. The recommendations, I'd like to have that added to the agenda, if possible, before our February meetings. Are there any other agenda requests? Okay, hearing none. We are on to item 4 on the agenda. Neighborhood council presentations. This is a reminder that any representatives from neighborhood councils who have filed a resolution for a community impact statement with the city clerk, which relates to any agenda item, will be given time to speak during the item itself. Please provide a copy of the filed statement or resolution to the commission executive assistant. Any neighborhood council representative speaking on behalf of their neighborhood council must provide a letter on their letterhead stating the neighborhood council's position on the matter. Absent any neighborhood council documentation, comments may still be provided during the public comment period. Item 5 is DCR core record number 320040. The applicant is Crenshaw Legacy LLC to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 4050 South Crenshaw Boulevard. I understand that the applicant is requesting a continuance and the department is in support. Is there a date that the department would recommend for the continuance?
Jason Kleen, Assistant Executive Director. The department is recommending that this item be continued to the first meeting of March, which is March 6th of 2025.
Thank you. Commissioners, do we have a motion?
This is Vice President Nash. I move to continue item number 5 to the March 6, 2025 meeting. It's Commissioner Farmbee. I second the motion.
Thank you. Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
Commissioner Farmbee, Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, Commissioner Melendez,
I'm thinking about it. Excuse me. That'd be 8 months. Aye.
President Mason,
Aye.
the motion passes.
Thank you. Item 10 will be taken out of order, and that is DCR core record number 310015. The applicant is Imperia Holdings LLC to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 7677 West Sunset Boulevard. I understand this applicant is also requesting a continuance and that the department is in support. Is there a date the department would recommend?
Jason Kleen, Assistant Executive Director. The department recommends continuing item number 10 on today's agenda to February 6th of 2025.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
This is Vice President Nash. I move to continue item number 10 to the meeting to be held on February 6, 2025.
This is Commissioner Lim, I second that.
Thank you. Mr. Treviso, please call the roll.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
Commissioner Farnby,
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez,
Aye.
President Mason,
Aye.
the motion passes.
Thank you. I am taking item number 7 out of order. Ms. Wada.
Thank you. This is Deputy City Attorney Emily Watt. I'm going to recuse myself on this matter.
This is Deputy City Attorney Allison Toll, stepping in for Deputy City Attorney Emily Wada during her recusal. Thank you.
Thank you. Item number 7 is DCR Core Record number 310212. The applicant is Westwood World LLC to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 2299 South Westwood Boulevard. Ms. Diaz, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
Yes, we do. There's a speaker card.
Okay, thank you. At this time, Joanne Dorfman may approach the podium.
President Mason, I also see a raised hand in the virtual meeting, so would you like me to?
Before you begin, Ms. Dorfman, would you confirm?
Caller with phone number ending in 1067, please state your name. And if you are with the neighborhood council or an elected office on this item.
Hi, this is Jennifer Torres, and I am with Council District 5.
Okay, we're gonna allow her to go first. And then we'll hear from you.
Do you want me to sit down?
It's up to you.
I'll sit down. You can call
Okay.
me back up.
You may begin.
Okay, great. Thank you, Commissioners. So I have submitted a letter on behalf of Katie Yaroslawski yesterday. It's dated December 4th, and I'm going to read it to you guys. So it reads, Commissioners, I am writing to request denial of the annual relicensing permit of Westwood World LLC, located at 2299 South Westwood Boulevard, as this establishment has repeatedly caused several issues within the community. The applicant has stated he was unaware of the rules preventing him from hosting parties and events. However, ignorance of the law cannot be used as a defense, especially given that laws are public and accessible. Our city needs responsible cannabis operators, and reissuing this license would set a dangerous precedent, encouraging other operators to disregard the rules and wait for enforcement actions to address their violations. Given the history of noncompliance by this business operator, we can reasonably expect that corrective measures will continue to be necessary, resulting in further disturbances for the surrounding community. These ongoing concerns indicate a pattern of neglect and disregard for community standards. For a more detailed list of updates since the last hearing, please refer to the letter submitted by the West Side Neighborhood Council dated November 27th, 2024. I thank you for your time and consideration of this matter.
Thank you. At this time, Ms. Dorfman, you may reapproach.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for the time to speak.
So yes, I'm going to go through a couple of points. I would like to say, even since I wrote this letter on behalf of our council, there's been some updates from last week. I am happy to report that the applicant has been more open with the communication and actually has completed some of the items that were of concern to us that we had listed in our letters. The street tree has been replaced. It was done on Thanksgiving morning. And it's the species that was recommended by Urban Forestry. So that's completed. The flashing lights that had been at the dispensary, we've been monitoring, and the applicant had indicated that he would modify them, and he did that. So that's completed. But I have some concerns because there were some issues that we were not aware of, and that it's a sort of a moving entity here with the understanding that there was a cease and desist letter that had gone out to the applicant back in the early fall. And we were unaware of that until recently. And part of it was because of parties that had happened at the dispensary and upstairs. And there was some concern. I listened to the live stream. I could not be here in person last month, but I listened to the live stream recording. And the building is owned by the applicant's brother and an investor. And this was not known to us until recently. Mr. Shaker did come to our neighborhood council meeting, as was the reason why his application was delayed until today. So in the interim, he did attend with his attorney to our neighborhood council meeting on November 14th. He did answer some questions from myself and from other members of our council and members of the public. Some of those things have actually been corrected or modified, but there's still many issues in a neighborhood as far as parking, as far as trash, as far as a coffee shop that was granted as a change of use for part of the building, because the building has 2 residential units. It has the retail cannabis store. It has an electrician's office in the back of the parking lot, and it has some garages that were converted from garage use to a coffee shop. Last week on Thanksgiving, when I visited and spoke to Mr. Shaker, he actually said, "Would you like to see it?" And I said, "Yes, I would." So he took me inside, and I got a look at what's inside, and it's basically garage bays that have been walled up, probably prior to the ownership of his brother owning the building, but it is not a coffee shop, but it's been granted a takeout window. So we have some concerns about something like that coming in addition to the dispensary that's already there. The other thing was that the parties have stopped because there are residential people living in the units above. But October 31st, the weekend of Halloween, there were special events that happened within the dispensary with the fruit cart, and a outside coffee concern that came in called Loud Bucks, something like that. And it was advertised on their website, on their Instagram. I spoke to Mr. Shaker about it, and he said, "Oh, I didn't know you couldn't do that." And the community and DCR has been pretty clear that this cannot happen. So as a council, we are concerned that Mr. Shaker and his dispensary do not understand that they're in the business of selling cannabis and not holding events. And AB 1775 has not come into law yet. It was legalized as far as the assembly, but the city of Los Angeles, to my knowledge, no events are allowed to happen. So we are very concerned. The other thing that Mr. Shaker did do was he did cover up a very suggestive poster that was right in the window of the dispensary that young men had been congregating around and loitering in front of the dispensary. So that he did. At this time, we just have a lot of concerns that if he's granted the license renewal, that some of this may come back. And only time will tell if he will adhere to the laws and the rules. I don't know if you have any instrument to do conditional use as alcohol entities do, but I would say if you do, we might be supportive of a conditional approval for the license, but at this time, we're going to leave it in your hands, but we do have serious concerns that coffee shop may come to be with a takeout window and that some events still may happen. In fact, a check of their website, their own website this morning, it still shows a picture of one of those cannabis parties on their About Go Global page. And I think if they were really serious about complying, they would take that down because that sends a message that we're still in the party business. And that is the biggest complaint of the residents. One other thing I will share, I had a conversation with Mr. Shaker and he said to me, you know, I've put my life savings into this dispensary. And I said, I understand that. And I feel for you. I said, but the people who live around you have put their life saving into their home, and they also have a very big stake in the neighborhood. So that has to be considered as well. Other than that, you know, we do have an open line of communication, and I'm hoping that when we go forward, that he will become an upstanding member of the community. But I know that we just have a lot of reservations because of the past behavior. So that is what I have to say, unless you have any questions.
Thank you. Commissioners, do you have any questions? Duncan, do you have any questions? Okay, thank you for being here.
Okay, thank you.
At this time, we will hear the department's presentation.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Jason Kleen, Assistant Executive Director, here for agenda item number 7, DCR Core Record number 310212, Westwood World LLC. This item was originally scheduled before the commission on August 15th of 2024. At the request of the commission, the item was continued to November 7th so that the department would have an opportunity to do a compliance inspection. The department completed that compliance inspection and presented findings at its November 7th, 2024 meeting. During deliberations and the vote, the committee had a tie 2-2 vote. Therefore, the matter was continued to this date so that the committee would have the opportunity to further consider this. In speaking with the Compliance and Enforcement Division, they have resolved the matter in terms of the notice of violation that has been submitted. Therefore, the department still supports the recommendation to issue a license to this business, and members of the Compliance and Enforcement Division are present if you have questions. And that concludes the department's formal report.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for staff?
This is Commissioner Melendez. I believe if we could speak to someone in compliance, that'd be great.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Rocky Wiles with the Compliance and Enforcement Division. As Mr. Kleen stated, yes, the item, the vote failed, so it was continued to today for new consideration. Since the last time I was here, the department has reached settlement with the applicant as of November 21st. We did enter into the settlement agreement with them following the issuance of a notice of violation that we issued on November 19th, which resulted from a site visit where myself and one of my investigators met with Mr. Shaker and also via phone with his legal counsel, Mr. Hodge. So I walked the entire business premises just to get a better picture of what was happening, on site. As I mentioned, the NOV was issued, and he has met already some of the requirements in that agreement, one of which was payment of, a certain amount. And he did email us copies of those checks. They were overnighted. Everything was happening so fast. He wanted to make sure that the payment went through before this meeting. Unfortunately, the Office of Finance has been closed all week, is what we just found out. So we haven't been able to confirm with the Office of Finance, but we have copies that he has emailed to us of those checks. That is, if you have specific questions, I'm here to answer them.
This is Commissioner Lim. What was the violations that the applicant was cited for in November?
Yes, so based on further investigation, we went ahead and looked at some of the, we did receive more social media posts the day of the meeting. And then in my meeting with the applicant and his attorney, they did admit to four events that occurred in 2023. And there was one event in January of 2024 of this year. We cited them for one of those events in 2023, and that event occurred in August of last year. The other events were not technically a violation of our regulations because at that time, the regulations stated that special events were prohibited on the business premises. And those events occurred on the upstairs residential units. So that was not considered technically a violation. In November of 2023, we did update our regulations to expand that regulation to include that the operator should not be hosting, participating, or holding special events on the business premises or anywhere else for that matter, as long as he or she is not a part of that special event. So the regulations have been updated. And that's why they were cited for the January 2024 event. The August 2023 event was held on the business premises, and that was confirmed by their legal counsel. So they were cited for two events.
This is Commissioner Lim again. They're reading some of the neighborhood council report. There was a cease and desist that was sent by our department.
Yes.
When was that and what was that for?
Yes. So in May, when we conducted our inspection in May of this year, because we received a complaint. So we went out there and the complaints were about this consumption lounge. Because as I explained at the last meeting, because the upstairs area and this coffee shop were not part of the business premises, we couldn't inspect it. So after we did the inspection, we conducted an investigation and we couldn't really find anything to tie a consumption lounge to the business premises. So we issued a cease and desist letter in June 26th of this year. After we issued that cease and desist letter, we didn't receive any more complaints about any other special event. So we thought, they actually did the job. So that was June 26th of this year.
This is Commissioner Lim. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. Commissioners, any other questions?
This is Vice President Nash. You mentioned one event that the applicant admitted to in 2024. What was the date of that event?
That was January. Let me get that for you. That is January 27, 2024. Actually, yeah, January, well, and according to his legal counsel, it actually happened on January 14th.
Is the compliance department aware of the allegation that there was an event in October of this year?
No, are you referring to the comment that was made by the previous speaker?
Yes, and she referred to a social media post.
Yeah, I did see that social media post where they were emphasizing the fact that there was going to be coffee and a fruit cart. That's not, I mean, having coffee there is not a violation. It's not, we don't consider that a special event. As far as the fruit, that would be a violation of the health department. That's not, unless it was, I mean, we didn't receive any confirmation that that was a special event. If they're just having coffee.
This is Vice President Nash again. Can you provide some more detail about the violations that were included in the settlement agreement?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
You only mentioned a couple of complaints that the department had. I understand that there's also a complaint about the applicant not being fully truthful with the department. So I'd like to know all allegations of wrongdoing that were included in the settlement.
The notice of violation included the 2 dates for those special events. That's what we cited them for.
And that's the only thing that was in there?
Those were the 2 violations that they were cited for. Yes, sir.
From the compliance department's perspective, has the applicant been completely truthful with the department?
Based on the testimony that was offered to you at the last meeting and my subsequent meeting with his attorney and Mr. Shaker, it seems that some of the statements may not have been correct at the last meeting.
And would one of those statements be concerning the relationship with the owner of the upstairs?
I don't particularly remember what he said about the folks upstairs. Based on my conversation with him on November 14th, I did meet the tenant who moved in July of this year. Prior to that, is when those other events were occurring upstairs, but it was still a residential unit and not part of the business premises.
At any time, did the department request any information or documents or videos that were not provided by the applicant?
No, everything that we've requested from the applicant thus far has been provided to us.
And on a timely basis?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions for staff?
This is Commissioner Melendez. So Rocky, at any of these events, were there DJs or loud music, anything like that?
Yes, I believe that it encompassed music and entertainment.
In the 2 times that they were cited for both those events?
We cited them for a special event that includes, you know, the music and DJ. There was also, like I said, some type of entertainment on one of those 2 occasions.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Fernby? Rocky, what was the date of the NOV?
November 19th.
Okay. Okay, I think we're done. Thank you.
Thank you.
At this time, we'll hear the applicant's presentation. Mr. Hodge?
Good afternoon. I'm Arthur Hodge, applicant representative. Thank you for the opportunity. I have a PowerPoint. I think I want to go through that briefly first. And I don't have a whole lot of time to cover a lot of territory. But as an overview, I studied the testimony and everything that happened at the last hearing. And I think what was happening with the applicant is they were nervous and trying to answer questions. And they also weren't fully aware of the rules because the rules did change regarding events in November of 2023. And that wasn't really publicized in the city until the CED department started getting out and telling people that in April 20 parties in 2024. The regulations were published and they were noted, but it didn't get spread into the industry. After the cease and desist was issued, this business has been in full compliance. There's been no events whatsoever, and there's no opportunity for it because the premises upstairs is now let to other individuals. If I could go through my point presentation, the idea here is to show you that we went through every single of the 16 issues in the neighborhood council letter and addressed those squarely with the council by meeting with them and resolving them, taking care of all of them. So I want to take you through quickly and show that we've done that. First of all, this is the storefront. It is on the corner of Tennessee and Westwood. It's a beautiful store. They provide full wages and have a nice environment. It's an example of what a store should look like, and they should get licensed. Next slide, please. We have a couple of letters of support. This is from the block captain, Peter Ochko, and I've highlighted the provisions where he notes that, of course, like any dispensary, there are instances where people attempt to light up, but that's quickly dealt with, and that this business is a good part of the community, and he recommends it. Next slide, please. Here's the neighbor across the street, Ms. Solimanani. She states that at her address right across the street, she has them found to be excellent neighbors, and she wants them to get their annual license. And this is the neighbor directly across the street on Midvale. Next slide, please. We studied the West Side Neighborhood Council letter from October 30th. If there was another letter that was part of the record, I haven't seen it yet. But the November 14th meeting was attended thoroughly. We answered all questions, listened to concerns. The errors were acknowledged and not swept under the carpet. We acknowledged them as learning mistakes and growth issues, and they've been addressed as issues going forward. The overall corrections, here's an improved understanding of DCR rules, especially regarding events. It just wasn't that clear in the beginning, and DCR had to amend it to make it so that people weren't leveraging some offsite to have a party. That was not originally in the rules. As President Mason stated, I think her language was, it was a clever way to use the situation to his advantage, and that's the apartment. Well, that rule changed, and it hasn't been used since then. By the way, the coffee shop was downstairs. It was never open. Plans were submitted to building and safety. Those have been reviewed. That's not a coffee shop that was operating upstairs, and there's no coffee shop right now. Next slide, please. Going through the issues, there were 16 of them. The first one was that they didn't attend the meeting. That was a horrible communication mistake, and there's no excuse for it. Fortunately, they allowed another chance. That has been completed, and there's an open line of communication, as you heard from Ms. Dorfman. Next slide, please. There was a report of LAPD calls. We've looked into this. We don't know what LAPD calls there were. The councilwoman's office said that the LAPD was going to reach out to us. That hasn't happened yet. We didn't hear anything from the councilwoman's office after her statements at the last session. We're hoping to, but we feel like her comments, especially those in the letter, which I have a copy of right here, are merely echoing those in this report, which we've already addressed. Next slide, please. As far as events, just to take a look at it, here's the apartment upstairs patio area. You can see that it's all black. The dispensary building is in color. The whitish or like next to the cars is where you would essentially enter what would be the coffee shop. The area upstairs are private apartments occupied by private people. So you can see why it created an issue and why it's sort of attached to the building. But again, that issue is resolved now, and there is no consumption lounge. Next slide, please. Here's the notice of violation we got. This was investigated thoroughly by DCR looking over the report, as well as going to the site again. Next slide, please. The first violation was for the on-site event. Vice President Nash, this is the one that you cited in your questioning at the last session, the quote Kazumi event. They were cited for this. It was in the store, and they confessed to it. They're not fighting it. They made a mistake, and they're hoping to take the penalty and move on. Next slide, please. Second violation is for their quote anniversary party. This was after the rules changed. Well, they didn't get the memo, and they're going to pay a fine for it dearly. And they've made corrective action that they are ceasing assisting. In fact, they had not done anything since they were told uniformly to cease and desist by the DCR back in May of 2024. Next slide, please. There is no lounge. Here's the space. It's you can see it's a vacant unit that's got some storage in it. Ms. Dorfman was walked through it. Apparently it was garages that were converted. Maybe it'll be a business someday, but it's not now, and it's not a lounge. So those plans were scrapped. Next slide, please. The tree was replaced. It actually looks great. I saw it the other day. It's matching almost, it won't take long to match up the size of the one next to it. We don't know how it was removed, but it was, and now it's replaced. That issue's dealt with. The coffee and the fruit, this is unfortunate. It was, I guess, a complimentary situation, but to be clear, there was no cannabis in the coffee. There was no giving away of free cannabis goods, which are what the regulations clearly covered. This was complimentary coffee. They're not doing this ever again. You don't want to do a good deed and get punished, and it looks like that's what they're trying to do. Next slide, please. Apparently, there was a joint bowl, and I saw it by the register when I was there. These are at every dispensary. If it says buy one, get one, that's get one for a penny. You can't do it for free. It doesn't work out in metric. You'd have to take the goods off to the side. So anything free means a penny in this industry. Next slide, please. The events in the letter were numbers 8 through 13. These were all investigated, and the ones that were fine-worthy and confessed to and that were relevant have been cited and dealt with. Next slide, please. The pulsing neon, this has been corrected. Next slide, please. Site operations, we have signs at eye level in addition to the other signage, making sure that it's clear there's no loitering or any consumption of anything. This is right at the entrance to the door. If you look at the other photo of the building, you see this is at the height of any entering person, kids. Now, next slide, please. You'll see that there's the guard. As soon as you walk in the door, he's on the right-hand side. In the window of the slide to the left, you can see the 3 little white cards. Those are right there as well. The guard is right inside the door to patrol it. The guard is almost always there unless he goes on a bathroom break. The guard is required to be on premises. He does not necessarily have to check each person in. That's an employee task. Often the times the guard will do that because it's a nice thing for him to do. Next slide, please. We have a corrections and commitment to comply with DCR rules, especially on events and promotional activity. Keeping a good neighbor policy and erring on the side of leaning toward the neighborhood, not leaning toward the business. If it's pushing the rules and it might be something that affects the neighborhood or the business, we want to lean on the side of the neighborhood now that we're alerted to all these issues that came out in this letter, and now that we've heard the concerns in the community. And we're learning from mistakes. This social equity applicant has come a long way here, and he's received some stiff penalties for this, and I think they should be allowed to go on. Next slide, please. We overall want to thank the commission, DCR, and the neighborhood council. There's been a lot of action in the past couple of weeks, and I feel that we have, I don't know how much time I have a couple of minutes left. This is, I wanted to go over a couple of other things that I heard in the testimony from last week that I would like to highlight on and make sure that we bear those in mind. First of all, and a comment from Commissioner Farmy that we are not here at this time for determining violations as part of an annual license. I think your words were violations are not part of the annual license consideration. Now, violations are important. Straightforward answers are important. Communication are important. But what this body, with all due respect, is here for is evaluating the location, the CEQA clearance, and the staff report, which has been given. So I would just say there's a movement or an idea that this commission should support the staff report and the recommendations of those around. On the other hand, I understand the commission has a tough decision because there's a councilwoman here who's written a letter which states things that sound like this might not be a good business. I would suggest that this is going to be a good business, that the things that have happened here were things that happened quite a ways in the past. The party they were cited for was in January. The DCR Enforcement Division didn't really even get out in the community until May of 2024, alerting people to these kinds of things. Now that they've been alerted to what's going on, they've demonstrated that they want to work with the neighborhood council. They want to be a player in the community that plays by the rules, and they want to be compliant at their spot. They've not hidden anything or held anything back when it's been requested. When the DCR enforcement came out and indicated that they were going to issue violations or considering it, we reached out that same day to the city attorney and clarified any questions they might have about what did happen or didn't happen so they could evaluate the facts clearly. I think it's appropriate for annual licensing issuance, and I'm open for any questioning. Thank you. 10 seconds left. That's the longest one I've ever done.
Ever.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant's representative?
This Commissioner Lim. Number one, that was an excellent presentation. I think last time you were here, last session, you were picking the weed from one of your applicants. The concern, number one, what happened a year ago is not really that long ago. What bothers me the most is I perceive that there was a misstatement or an inaccurate statement. We asked several times and the DCR asked several times to inspect the second floor. And it's always been, well, is, you know, it says third-party tenant. We have no control over it. We've learned that this is his brother's premises, and that concerns me, that we were denied access. In the last inspection, we had the CED enforcement team there to inspect that. And they told them, these are owned by tenants, and they didn't get access. We asked several times. And I'm sure you heard me asking about that second floor unit. And he said, we have no control over it. We have nothing to do with it. Those are not our parties. I feel like that was, to be blunt, that he lied to me.
Let me address that. I studied those sections myself. I was here that day, but I was after the action, so I had to watch it. And I replayed those. And if you listen again, you'll see most of the questioning, Mr. Shaker was answering it in the present tense and was stating that there are apartment people up there that are renting it out. And then the questions were going back and forth between here at the present and the past. So I think there was some confusion on his part, but he was also trying to walk a line of actual pure truth and not the reality of truth. By that, I mean, in his mind, he doesn't have an ownership of it because it's owned by a trust, which is owned by relatives of his. Well, he's right, he doesn't own it. But if you ask him a straightforward question, like at a casual environment, hey, you know, is the dispensary, you know, do you have access to that spot? Or you ask him a question, that's more of a loose question. If you're asked in front of a body question, he's trying to answer truthfully and stick with what their moniker was. This is a residential unit. It's outside the rules of DCR. So they, you know, believed, and it actually was. And DCR has closed that gap. So this kind of thing won't happen anymore. I think a year is a long time for a social equity applicant. They haven't had their business very long, and the rules are coming out as they operate. Keep that in mind. These businesses are all starting, and the rules and the procedures are all evolving on them. So where they had at one point tried to use, let's assume that, I think the fact is that they have a trust, and this is what I explained my understanding. They have a trust that owns the business, and there are family members, not Mr. Shaker, that are on the trust. So the answer is yes, they have some access and control up there, but not anymore. If you ask them today, no, it's owned by other people. Now, the inspection that you mentioned, as I understand, when Rocky Wiles went out there a few weeks ago, they did actually go upstairs and knock on the door, and it was established that they were there, and the tenants have been there since July. I don't know when Mr. Alcon went out there, and I didn't hear from his report that he had been denied access up there. I had heard that he thought there was a coffee shop upstairs and wasn't sure, and it wasn't part of the premises. Right?
This Commissioner Lynn, the inspection took place on May 15, 2024.
Okay, yes. So it was my understanding from that he presumed there was a coffee shop up there upstairs, and they didn't inspect it. But the first time DCR went, and I whatever enforcement says, but it's my understanding the first time was when Ms. Wiles was out there a week or so ago.
This is Vice President Nash. My recollection of the last meeting, the questions regarding the ownership of the upstairs came in the context of some of the events that took place and were complained about. And it's my recollection and opinion that Mr. Shaker intentionally tried to distance himself from the upstairs in an effort to distance himself from those events. Now, you indicate that his brother is part owner via a trust.
That's my
of the upstairs.
Yeah.
Do you know what his effective share of ownership of the upstairs is via the trust?
I don't, but I don't know which other family members or distant family members own the trust, but I don't think there's anyone outside of the family that owns it. I'm not trying to imply that he's a minority. I think there's a trust that are some family members that don't include Mr. Shaker that own the building. And it has about 10 units in it.
But Mr. Shaker is not a part owner via the trust.
That's what my understanding is. Yes. He's not. Yeah.
Was Mr. Shaker aware of the ownership status as of the last meeting?
Yes, in the trust status. I believe so. It's just as much as he is now. Yes.
Thank you.
But the questions he didn't answer regarding the trust, and the questions weren't about it. The questions were, does he own it? And does the business own it? Or does the business have leasehold rights there? And the business doesn't have leasehold rights there. They were using it as a permission, it sounded like, from what I heard. The residents upstairs, whoever had the possession, maybe it was the owners, or maybe there was a tenant that gave them permission. But the point, I guess, that I'm trying to make is that residence is an offsite point. And the violations then here, the violations that respectfully that I heard you citing on were regarding Eventbrite and the Kazumi entertainment incident and the selling of tickets and all that. And it wasn't regarding the actual ownership were the questions I heard from you. But I heard different parts.
This is Vice President Nash again. Regarding the Kazumi event, do you know the date of that event?
From this, I think it's August 25th of 2023. It's in the presentation.
And was that inside the premises?
That was inside the premises. It was a brand event by a group called Scumbags, and they brought her to sign autographs, and it caused a crowd. And they promoted it. The Scumbags people promoted it. And according to Mr. Colleen and the industry as well, a brand demonstration, as it was called, a brand demonstration is permissible. But this, I think, arguably crossed the line, was the argument, because it went upstairs and it included DJs and stuff like that, which are the hallmarks of an event.
So did that event take place both inside the premises and upstairs?
You know, I don't have information specific that it was upstairs, other than my assumption that it was, because they had access to the upstairs. And I'm assuming that the upstairs was part and parcel of whatever was happening at the time. But the event was downstairs because they were trying to promote the Cannabis brand and do the signing and such down.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This is Commissioner Lim. The current, is there a reason why the internet, the webpage still has pictures of the partying to seem to indicate that there's a promoting having events at that location?
That's an oversight. They've gone through the Instagrams and the social medias and pulled a number of items. I walked their site, and in addition to them covering up the poster, we've had them adjust other features of the store, which may seem innocent, but given the high scrutiny, are being removed and changed. For example, there's some decorations in the store that look like, they potentially look like toys. They're not toys, but it looked like a toy. And so those are taken down. They've gone through and tried to clean it up further and beyond.
I'm thinking, I'm sorry. Commissioners, any other questions?
This is Commissioner Melendez. So the first temporary permit was issued September 30th, 2022.
Yes.
This is Commissioner Lim. I do agree with Commissioner Farmby that we're not here to have these gotcha moments and violations. That's not the position we're at. However, tell me why when an applicant comes here and lies or misrepresent, because I think I specifically asked, do you have access to upstairs? And he said he did not. And yes, we never asked whether this is owned by a family trust. We never asked whether it was this, but the implication that we got was it was a third-party landlord, and he just has a lease to the first floor, doesn't have access to second floor. He even made a point, you can't go upstairs through the inside of this building, you have to go outside. So, and to me, I think that is a problem in terms of lying to this commission.
I respectfully disagree. I think he went off the rails in terms of having his prepared speech and was trying to answer questions as quickly as he understood them. And in reviewing it, and you even said it this time, do you have access upstairs? Answer, no. Why? There's tenants up there. You didn't ask me right now the past, you know? So, and Mr. Shaker's got a law degree, hold that against him, or give him credit for it, but he's listening specifically, I think, to questions. His partner is a social equity applicant. I've never seen someone more nervous reading a statement, and he's hoping that this goes for him positively. I don't think that they were their best representatives here, which is part of the reason they brought someone to help them get through these issues and try to explain them and hope they'll understand.
Mr. Shaker, are you comfortable in approaching at this time?
Hello, Danny Shaker.
Hello, a lot's been said about you. Your integrity has been called into question. So I thought it would be a good idea to have you offer a testimony today.
Absolutely. Yeah, I can't take anything back. I was caught off guard. I panicked. I was not truthful with you guys. It was not my best moment. I am truly sorry, and we hope to prove ourselves going forward to you guys.
Thank you. I do believe, per the neighborhood council testimony, that you have taken actions to make yourself, to improve your relationship with the community, with the business owners up with the block, on the block. And your admission just now, for me, does go a long way. So thank you for that. I do appreciate it.
Thank you. I'm sorry again.
Commissioners, any questions for him? No. Okay, thank you. We are now on to commission deliberations.
This is Vice President Nash. I'm inclined to deny this applicant based on LAMC 104.04A3, in that I believe that at a minimum, he failed to disclose material facts that we were asking about, and more likely, he made material misrepresentations. The applicant, in my opinion, also violated LAMC 104.047 in failing to comply with the rules and regulations, and that is in regard to holding events definitely in the premises, and also in connection with the upstairs, which he apparently did have some relationship, but he tried to distance himself from.
President Mason, I do want to, there's a caller with the raised hand. It might be the council rep again.
Okay, then I would have to close deliberations and then go back to the council office presentation, and then we would have to allow the applicant an opportunity to speak to those comments. So
So do
you may
want me to-
verify.
Yeah, let me confirm first. Caller with phone number ending in 3167. Please state your name and if you represent the council office.
Hi, yes, this is Jennifer Torres, Planning Deputy for CD5. And I raised my hand just to address a statement that was made by the representative where he stated that the council office told him or any other representative of that establishment that LAPD was going to reach out to him. As far as I know, nobody said that
I'm
on
sorry,
our
Ms.
end.
Torres. Ms. Torres, I do have to interrupt you quickly. If we are going to continue your testimony, I need to allow Commissioner Mason to proceed appropriately. So that would require closing deliberations and reopening comment, but that is at Commissioner Mason's discretion.
I did close deliberation.
You did?
I did.
Okay.
Mhm.
All right. You're free to continue.
Okay, that was the only point. Should I repeat it?
I think we understood. You said that at no point did your office represent to the applicant that LAPD would be reaching out to them, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Did the applicant's representative want to rebut that, or are we okay?
I'm sorry not to split hairs, but she did say in the session that they would like to reach out. And that was after she listed her 4 issues. We could review it, but it was during this session that she made the comment on November 7th. There wasn't some outside communication where they promised it. Okay, Mr. Clean is showing me that this is actually in the report. The November 27th report, which I haven't seen, so.
I'm sorry, could we refer to let's be clear about the document that we are referring to. This is City Attorney Allison Toll.
Thank you. It's the West Side Neighborhood Council, November 7th, 2024 report
Thank you.
to the commission.
Okay. Thank you.
Haven't seen this.
Yeah, we're okay. Okay, I'm going to reopen deliberations at this time.
Just Commissioner Lynn, before you reopen deliberation, can we open to ask a question?
That we're still there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
This is Commissioner Lim. If we approve.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Who's your question for?
Jason.
Okay,
So that's why I request to reopen.
okay, hang on. Are we done with the commentary between the council office and the applicant?
Okay.
What I
Should
don't
we
want us to
un-
do is to play paddle tennis with an alleged comment that really has no bearing on whether or not the license will be granted or not.
Okay.
So if we're still stuck there, I'm gonna move us past it.
Okay.
Okay,
So then let's move on.
okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Okay, then we are closing this part and we are reopening staff presentation. You may ask your question.
Thank you. Procedurally, if an annual license is granted and that license get renewed every year, is that correct?
Jason Clean, Assistant Executive Director. That is correct.
And if there's a violation, an NOV or an event that takes place during that 1-year time period, would that be a factor in renewing the license?
Yes, the department can consider violations and businesses falling out of good standing with the city as part of its determination to renew the license for the following calendar year.
Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Okay, we are closing staff presentation. We are reopening commission deliberations.
This is Commissioner Lim. I voted against giving the license to the applicant because of the violations that we discussed. They've made huge progress. They have stepped up. The council person stated that they took numerous steps to go forward. And it's not like this is going to be forever. They're going to be on the watch. And if they mess up, does something wrong, we would have a record of what happened here. And we can always revisit when this license gets renewed. It seems they've taken substantial steps. And I'm with President Mason that when he acknowledged that he lied to us, that goes a long way for me. So that's my feeling.
This is President Mason. I'm going to echo what Commissioner Lim has said. We have seen progress. We have seen him work to improve his standing in the community. We have seen an understanding that they are not to host special events. We have heard an admission of guilt. A notice of violation was issued. They are paying for that notice of violation. So I think from a punitive standpoint, there's nothing further this commission can do that hasn't already been done to improve their performance as an operator in the community. Any other deliberations here?
This is Commissioner Melendez. You know, they were issued a temporary in 2022, right? That's we went on 5 years, 3 years, right? Something like that. And you know, obviously the gentleman is he's got to read the rules and regulations to, you know, what he has to adhere to. And then we run into these other little problems with the DJs, but you know, they paid, so you know, everything's good. My thing is, it just seems like there's just a little bit of a curve of oversight, and oh, I didn't know, and I just it just gives me pause to think about, you know, how well do they really know the regulations, and at what point? I mean, even though they paid, you know, they say, oh yeah, you know, we're at fault. I mean, it just to me, it just kind of gives me pause. That's it.
Understand. Thank you. Commissioner.
Commissioner Menendez, you weren't here for the last hearing, but it was an outright outright lie. It wasn't, oh, I didn't know. It was totally different. So that's putting it mildly. And so that's why I denied, my vote was to deny it last time. However, steps have been taken, and even the commissioners of the neighborhood council stated that they've taken huge steps.
You know, this is President Mason. The reality is we don't have a crystal ball. We can't predict any operator's future performance or compliance with the municipal code. Everyone who comes before us is subject to violate those codes or be fined in an inspection, have deficiencies, or receive a notice of violation. We just don't know. It's a chance we grant, and in the hopes that they will honor the municipal code, they will abide by it, and that they will be good community partners in the process of doing business where they stand.
This is Commissioner Lim. If we give them the license and they come back next year and there is a minor violation, I will remember this applicant and I will not in any way give any leeway next time around. I can assure you of that. I don't care if it's one small violation. And he said he doesn't understand it. I will not renew that license then.
This is City Attorney Allison Toll. I do have to let you know that annual license renewals do not come before the commission. They are handled by the department.
Well, Commissioner Farmby, I'm going to give you the final words, if any.
Final words, we should proceed with the vote.
Then go ahead. I was going to say you should go ahead and make the motion.
Thank you. All right, item number 7. DCR core record number 310212. The applicant is Westwood World LLC. The business premise is 2299 South Westwood Boulevard. This is Commissioner Farmby. I make the motion to approve the staff's recommendation as stated.
This is President Mason. I second. Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
Commissioner Farmby.
Aye.
President Mason.
Aye.
Commissioner Nash. I'm sorry, Commissioner Lim.
Can I go out of order?
Commissioner Melendez.
Aye.
Vice President Nash.
Nay.
Commissioner Lim.
Nay.
The motion passes.
Thank you, Ms. Treviso. We are on to item number 6, DCR Core Record number 310075. The applicant is Miracle Leaf LLC to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at
We need to, Deputy City Attorney Emily Wada needs to return.
Are you returning?
Yes. Deputy City Attorney Emily Wada will be returning to the dais to serve as Brown Act counsel.
Thank you. This is Deputy City Attorney Emily Wada.
Okay, thank you. She has returned. Deputy City Attorney Emily Wada has returned. We are on to item number 6, DCR Core Record number 310075. The applicant is Miracle Leaf LLC to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 10401 South Avalon Boulevard. Ms. Treviso, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No, we do not have a speaker card.
Thank
Nor a
you.
raised hand.
Then at this time, we'll hear from department staff.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Jason Kleen, Assistant Executive Director, here for item number 6, DCR Core Record number 310075. This application is for Miracle Leaf LLC. This was originally heard at a prior meeting, and it was continued from the August 15th meeting due to an alleged owner-landlord dispute, to give the applicant's owners more time to negotiate or come to an agreement. To date, the department has not received a LIC form 4019, which is the business premises surrender form, nor have we been notified by the applicant that they lost site control. So the department's original recommendation to issue an annual license and to adopt the environmental findings pursuant to the Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemptions still stand. And that concludes the department's report. We are available for questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions for staff?
Commissioner Farmer, Jason, you said this was from it's continued from when? Which meeting?
August 15th.
Thank you.
This is Commissioner Lim. Has there been any contact with the applicant since August 15th?
Not as it relates to the application either being withdrawn or the applicant losing site control of the business and surrendering their property, which would result in the abandonment of the application.
No, thank you. This is Commissioner Lim. I understand the applicant's here, so.
Thank you. Any other questions for staff? Okay, hearing none, we will close that portion of this item and move on. Just a moment. We are moving on to the applicant's presentation. Mr. Carlos Flores, you may approach the mic, state your name for the record, your relationship to the applicant, and you will have 10 minutes to present.
Thank you all. I'm representing my father, which is Alfonso Flores, and I have the power of attorney that allows me to represent him. And yes, we did resolve the issue, and that's why I'm here. The tenants move out. They end up not paying me the rent that they owe me, $180,000 as a landlord. So I just let that go. My father and I decided to continue the business, himself and myself. So the building right now, it's secure. The notice of default was secured for with my father and myself. We fixed that issue. I did win at the court of unlawful detainer against the tenants, which were my partners. And basically, I do ask for the license to continue, so I can now run it under my father and myself with the same Miracle Leaf name.
Thank you. This is President Mason. Have you guys submitted the modification request to the department?
Lisa, if you recall the attorney
Mhm.
that was representing the tenants.
Lisa Seelan.
Yeah, she will be sending all the documents necessary to comply with all the forms or documents that we are in peace with the old tenants or old partners. And that's basically right now. We had an inspection about 2 weeks ago, and they left the premises on October 22nd. So since then, we have not had any activity of opening the store or selling any products until I come to the hearing and hear from you guys of what the next step would be, if the license will be renewed or what's the other steps. But she's willing to send the forms or comply with the forms. There was a renewal fee that I had to pay, $4,233, which I have the receipt here with me that I paid it yesterday. Actually, it was on the 1st because as it was due November 1st, and then they extended to December 1st. So I went and paid the fee myself to renew the license. And I have the receipt here as payment made and renewing the license.
Thank you. This is President Mason. Remind me, you and your father, what percentage ownership do you have in this venture?
51%.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for the applicant?
Commissioner Farmy, how you doing?
Very good. How are you?
Good. So you say that the tenants left on October 22nd?
Yes.
Have you had any communication with them since?
No, my
None.
attorney advised me not to have. We've been communicating with Lisa, which was their attorney.
Okay.
And still is their attorney. Yes.
It's been with the
Yeah.
legal.
So
counsel.
they are returning the 49%. Kind of that was the negotiation of them not paying me the rent they owe me and returning the 49% that they used to own. So now my father and I will acquire the 100%.
Okay.
This is
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Melendez. What's your father's first name again?
Alfonso. Last name Flores. And my name is Carlos Flores.
Well, this is Commissioner Melendez. So are you still doing business as Elevate? Or did you change
No.
the name?
We are changing the name. So it's going to be Miracle Leaf, and I created an LLC, a different LLC as a DBA.
Thank you. Any other questions, commissioners?
This is Commissioner Lim. I have a question for the staff.
Okay, then we will close the applicant's presentation portion of this item and reopen the department presentation.
This is Commissioner Lim. Should this matter be continued until we get the modification and approve the modification to reflect the 100% ownership?
Jason Kleen, Assistant Executive Director for DCR. Mr. Flores is the 51% social equity individual applicant, and his equity stake is what is most important in terms of making sure that it complies with Municipal Code Section 10420. How that equity for the other shareholders gets redivided, we'll have to do the modification review to see if Mr. Flores' son meets the requirements to be an owner. But if he does not, then of course we would not approve the modification request, and they would have to submit a new modification to try to transfer that 49% ownership. Based on my hearing of the testimony, it sounded like the applicant entity, which is Miracle Leaf LLC, is dropping the DBA that they would have operated under, and they would just operate under a DBA for Miracle Leaf, which would not have to be registered because it's just the legal name without the LLC there. And ownership modifications don't have to come back before the body. If the applicant entity is changing or there is a change of the location, that would have to come back before this body if a new application was submitted.
This Commissioner, thank you.
No, not yet. Any other questions for staff? Okay, we are closing staff presentation on this item and we will reopen the applicant's presentation.
Just to confirm with DCR of the approval of myself, I was already approved to have a license under my name. It's just that my father was number 75, which I was like 200 and something. So phase 3 was my actual name to come up with my own license. So we decided to, go with my father's because I was the landlord, the owner of the building. So kind of conflict of interest. That's why we put that one together. But just to confirm that myself was already approved with DCR if they have to go that process. So
Thank you. All right, commissioners, any other questions for the applicant? Okay, then. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
We are on to deliberations, if any.
I think everything's been resolved.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, this Commissioner Lim, I remember the last time he was here, it was quite stressful and a huge problem, and I am glad that everything got resolved.
Yeah.
Well, that's what.
And hopefully it's gonna work out.
That's why we continued it, right?
Yes.
That is why we continued it, exactly. Well, then it sounds like we're ready for a motion.
This is Vice President Nash regarding item number 6, DCR core record number 310075 for the business located at 10401 South Avalon Boulevard. I move to adopt staff recommendations as stated in their staff report dated December 1st, 2024.
This is Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Thank you. Ms. Treviso, please call the roll.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez.
Aye.
Commissioner Farmby,
Aye.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
President Mason,
Aye.
the motion passes.
Thank you. We are on to item number 8, DCR core record number 320033. The applicant is Glenoaks Retailer LLC to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 13567 Glenoaks Boulevard. Mr. Visa, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No, we do not have a speaker card nor a raise hand.
Okay, thank you. Then at this time, we'll hear from staff.
Thank you, President Mason. Good afternoon. This is licensing analyst Danica Ballard. I will present item number 8 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 320033 is associated with Glenoaks Retailer LLC. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 13567 Glenoaks Boulevard, Sylmar, California, 91342 in the Sylmar Community Plan area within Council District 7. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of January 16th, 2024. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with LAMC Section 104.06. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license C10-0001361-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through June 28th, 2025. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. To comply with the equity share requirements, SEIAs must possess unrestricted ownership of their share of the social equity applicant business, a proportional right to vote and to the profits, and include code mandated language. As part of the application process, DCR reviewed the corporate and ownership documentation provided for this applicant and determined that the applicant met the minimum equity share requirements at that time.
On or about October 17, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. Two virtual community meetings were held, the first on November 14th and the second on November 18th of this year. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. Comments in favor of the application mentioned good security measures. Comments in opposition stated that the business exposes high school students to marijuana, fumes, and dangerous traffic conditions. A compliance inspection was recently conducted, and the representative from the Compliance and Enforcement Division is in attendance and available to provide an overview of the compliance activities associated with this location at the end of this licensing presentation. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes licensing's presentation for this item. Compliance and Enforcement will now provide their review.
Good evening, Commissioners. Hector Ali Khan, Senior Management Analyst, Enforcement Division. This report is for 13567 Glenoaks Boulevard. A compliance inspection was conducted on October 17, 2024, and a notice to correct was issued November 26, 2024, so roughly about a week ago. The 5 deficiencies that were identified at the location, well, first let me start off with our compliance team did meet with their general manager, Mark Herberger, and all deficiencies that were identified during the inspection was debriefed with this individual at the end of the inspection. So the 5 deficiencies that were identified was the display of license, which is the designated neighborhood liaison contact information on site was different than what's on the BCR record. That is a minor violation. The second deficiency was identification of employees. The employee personnel files did not include the employee number in the personnel files, which is a minor violation. The third deficiency identified was graffiti, was identified on the exterior wall of the building frontage, also a minor violation. Fourth deficiency is the no loitering, no public drinking or public smoking consumption or cannabis consumption on site. Those signs were not posted at the exterior, also a minor deficiency. The fifth deficiency identified was metric. And during the inspection, we identified 2 products that identified less on inventory than what was identified within metric, which just means the reconciliation of the product. This way they can confirm that to us. So those deficiencies were identified during the inspection. It was debriefed with Mr. Mark Herberger. And at present, we have not been contacted in regards to corrective action, but given the fact that they do have to December 26th to provide that corrective action. Any questions?
That's considered minor.
Yes, all deficiencies are minor.
This is President Mason. Any other questions for staff?
This is Commissioner Melendez. Did you when you guys conducted the inspection, was there any report of being able to smell any odor of the product?
No, that's one of the first things our compliance inspectors do upon walking up to the premises. They take that smell test to see if there's any smell of odor or cannabis smells from the street or frontage of the building.
So there was no odor, so no violation, correct?
No deficiency of odor.
I think.
Any other questions for staff, commissioners?
Okay, hearing none, thank you.
All right, thank you.
We will move on to the applicant's presentation. And we don't have a speaker card for the applicant. Ms. Treviso, is there someone in the queue?
I don't see a raised hand, but
Mhm.
I can make an announcement. If the applicant's representative is in the virtual meeting, please dial *9 to raise your hand. There is no raised hand in the virtual meeting.
Okay, then we will close this portion of the item and we will move on to deliberations. Commissioners? I would have liked to have heard from the applicant to ask about the status of complying with the notice to correct, but we'll have to miss that opportunity this time.
President Mason, I believe the representative had raised their hand during public comment, but I don't recall the number. Let me make the announcement one more time. If the applicant's representative is on the virtual meeting, please dial *9 to raise your hand. Yeah, there is no raised hand.
Okay, thank you. We will close this portion of the item and move on to deliberations as stated. Commissioners, I said my piece.
This Commissioner Lim, I definitely agree with you. These are minor violations, but I feel uncomfortable approving a license when there's a pending notice to correct and no affirmation that they've been taken care of.
Yeah, this Commissioner Lance, I agree, especially since they just got their temporary issued at the beginning of 2024. So there's not really much of a history for us to go on to see if they're, good operators or not.
In this Commissioner Farmy, according to the NTC, that was basically, it looks like maybe a little over a week ago, they have like 30 days to be in compliance.
Correct.
Yeah.
However, as this Commissioner Lim has pointed out, they did an interview after inspection and informed them of these violations. And knowing that there's going to be a hearing today, you would think, and I'm not saying we should deny it. I think the best approach would be to continue it and make sure that those items were taken care of.
And I agree with you on that. This is President Mason. In keeping with tradition, we do like to hear a progress report when there's a pending notice to correct. And unfortunately, by being absent, we're not being afforded that opportunity. So I'd be more inclined to continue as well.
Are you looking to continue sooner at a closer date or at a later date, like sometime in March, or are we looking at sometime in February?
It's how busy.
We don't have that calendar that tells us how many items are scheduled for future meetings, so.
Because I
Thank
think,
you.
for me, by those 30 days of compliance, which should be up by then, so they should have either complied or not. So it would be easy enough for us to be able to go into February, but I'm okay with going into March.
This is President Mason. So we are at capacity for January 16th. And so the first available meeting would be February 6th. After that, it's February 20th, March 6th, and March 20th. So do we have a motion?
This is Commissioner Lim. In regards to DCR core record number 320033 for business located at 13567 Glenoaks Boulevard, I make a motion to continue the hearing to February 6th, 2025.
Commissioner Farmbee, I second.
Thank you. Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
Commissioner Farmbee.
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez,
Aye.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
President Mason.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you.
This is Commissioner Lim, it's a little past 4:20, but.
I know, but and I thought about that, but before we go there, out of deference to the fact that we do have a council office on hold.
Sure.
Waiting, I'm going to take item 12 out of order and consider that now. I'll let you guys turn your pages. And that is DCR core record number 320048. The applicant is L&E Retail LLC to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 4369 South Van Ness Avenue. Ms. Treviso, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on the line?
I will make the announcement to have them raise their hand if they're on the virtual meeting. Please dial *9. Caller with phone number ending in 6264, please state your name and whether you're with the neighborhood council.
Hello.
Yes. Please state your name and whether you're with
Hi.
the neighborhood council.
No, I'm actually with the council office.
The council
My name is
office.
Fernando Monte. Yes, Fernando Monte Rodriguez with Council President Harris Dawson's office, Council District 8.
Go ahead.
You may proceed.
We would like to Sure. We would like to request that this item be continued to ensure that they're actually in compliance of Municipal Code 104.4, and ensure that the applicant has done his due process of convening and taking into account the concerns of the residents, as several of them have talked earlier during the public comments. We feel like it's short-sighted to approve this license at this moment.
This is President Mason. Hello, Mr. Rodriguez. Thank you for calling in today. When you speak on 104.4 compliance, can you expand on that, on what your concerns are?
Well, I mean, you heard from at least a dozen folks today. We have also letters from the block clubs, and some of the other folks that spoke against this were the Nuys Council, which I believe were not taken into account, or they're not in favor of this applicant having a license in the way they're conducting their business there. So I think those items constitute us to revisit and make sure that the applicant is actually compliant. He doesn't seem to be a good neighbor to the community, and in fact, it appears that he's being negligent and dismissive of the community. So with that in mind, the council office would like to request a continuation so that we can make sure that he's actually compliant.
Okay, understood. Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for the council office's representative? Okay.
This is Commissioner Farmbee. is it any specific issue or item that that you or the councilman's office has regarding this applicant?
Yes, I mean, I think, we're coming to the hearing after it's been evaluated by the CCR, and, my observation on the report on the, that is, that was shared with our office, it seems like the report itself from CCR is not taking into account the various complaints and the various concerns that have been raised by the immediate residents that live above the property, adjacent to the property, and other stakeholders that have to pass by this business. So I think, we need to come back to this to make sure that we have actually done our due diligence and ensure that this business is in fact in compliance as it's intended to be by the Municipal Code 104.4. At this moment, I don't necessarily, I don't know if that law enforcement was outreach. I know that there's been a call for service to this location by law enforcement, and on the report, it indicates that there's nothing, and I think that's incorrect. In the report, it indicates that the applicant reached out to the neighborhood council, and that is incorrect. So based on those inaccuracies and those inconsistencies, we're asking that the applicant, that this hearing or this step be continued so that we can look at it and make sure that we've done our due diligence as an office and as a department.
This is Commissioner Melendez Fernando. Are you aware that the CCR, that they go about and make sure before they, when they do inspections or before they bring this before us as a recommendation, that there's no odor that can come from that building. They also have security guards that have to be have to be working during the hours of operation. And what I'm looking here for the 38 against applications, there are just a general amount of negativity that's being lobbed at this business, which isn't even open because they haven't even had a temporary permit issued to them. So I'm just wondering, is this just a general, you just don't want this in your neighborhood? I mean, what is this?
Is that a general, we don't want that in our neighborhood? I think it's a general acknowledgement that residents are concerned about this property. And so we need to make sure that we've done our due diligence, and it doesn't appear that the investigator, whoever did the investigative report, conducted this in a thorough manner. So, because there's a couple of different gaps, I'm asking that the commission continue this case for a later time so that we can do our due diligence and ensure, in fact, that this operator will be a good operator and a good neighbor to the community. I think the community has indicated that they're not necessarily opposed to a business of this type, but they're just opposed to the way the operator has been conducting his business. So if you are looking and saying that the business has not been in operation, and yet the community are saying that this business has in fact been in operation, there's already a conflicted message there. Either you don't have accurate information as a commissioner, or we don't have an accurate information as the council office for constituents. So again, because of that, I think we need to revisit this issue at a later time when we both have accurate information on whether or not the operator is operating in good faith or the operator is being dismissed to the community and not necessarily abide by the expectations that are set forth in this permit.
This is President Mason. Can you tell me when the community's concerns were elevated to the council office?
I want to say that there's a letter dated or an email correspondence dated December 1st to the council office. And unfortunately, it just came to my attention this afternoon. So I think the community has been vocal about their opposition. I think they were present at the hearing, I want to say back in November. But, at this point, they are reaching out and they're doing their efforts of making sure that they get involved and ensure that any business that comes to the community is a good neighbor to them.
Okay. Any other questions thank you for that. Any other questions for the council office representative? Okay, hearing none. Thank you for calling in. We do have.
Thank you, Commissioner.
You're welcome. At this time, we will hear from the department staff.
Good afternoon. This is licensing analyst Danica Ballard. I will present item number 12 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 320048 is associated with L&E Retail LLC. The applicant seeks an annual license for type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 4369 South Van Ness Avenue, Los Angeles, California, 90062 in the West Adams Baldwin Hills Lamert Community Plan area within Council District 8. The applicant has not yet been issued temporary approval by DCR. The applicant is actively completing all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with LAMC Section 104.06. The applicant does not currently possess a state provisional license. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. To comply with the equity share requirements, SEIAs must possess unrestricted ownership of their share of the social equity applicant business, a proportional right to vote and to the profits, and include code mandated language. As part of the application process, DCR reviewed the corporate and ownership documentation provided for this applicant and determined the applicant met the minimum equity share requirements at this time. On or about October 17, 2024, DCR provided notice of the Community Meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. 2 virtual community meetings were held, the first on November 14th and the second on November 18th of this year. During the meetings, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. The oral and written comments provided by the public were in strong opposition of this application. Commenters expressed concerns about safety risk and negative impact on the community's positive trajectory and property values. Residents referenced odor, lack of cleanliness, crime, neighborhood quality of life, property upkeep, and the owner's lack of familiarity with the neighborhood and proactive responsibility to mitigating crime. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of an annual license. I will now turn it over to Assistant Executive Director Jason Killeen.
Jason Kleen, Assistant Executive Director. I just wanted to highlight for the commission that Council District 10 was referring to a correspondence.
Council District 8.
Sorry, I apologize. Council District 8 was referring to a submission within your secondary submissions for today's meeting. It's on page 4 of 6 at the top right-hand corner of the document. It says item 12, and then it starts page 1 of 3. There is correspondence that was submitted to commission personnel for consideration today, dated Monday, December 2nd. And that communication, that letter, is there for your review and consideration. We have reviewed this correspondence. As we have stated, this business does not currently have temporary approval. Therefore, there should be no smells of odor odor or anything else. I do know that the Commission Enforcement Division would be responsible for doing any investigations as it relates to the item. We have not received a complaint or done a compliance inspection for this specific item. Therefore, there is nothing to report today in terms of violations. Again, this business should not be operating. They do not have a local license to operate. End of story.
Thank you. Any other questions for staff, Commissioners?
This is Commissioner Lim. I'm looking at the second.
Commissioner Lim, hold on. He started,
Oh, I'm
Commissioner
sorry.
Farnaby sounded
No,
off first.
That's okay. It's Commissioner Farnaby. We've heard quite a bit from the councilman's office about a lot of complaints from the residents. If the business is not operating, it's not open, what are we talking about here?
Again, Assistant Executive Director Jason Klein. Great question, Commissioner Farnaby. Based on the letter, it is alleged that within the residential side of the building, there can be a strong smell of marijuana. Again, there should be no cannabis on site at the business premises, and we have not received a complaint of unlicensed commercial cannabis activity to be investigated. Therefore, a compliance inspection has not been done on this property. They do not have a license to operate, so there should not be any cannabis present. Given the fact that it is a residential portion above the ground floor retail, there can be residents within the building who are consuming cannabis. And then there were references made on the first paragraph of page 3 of 3, that the people who live in the building were unaware of the proposed plans to open a cannabis business at the location. And there's allegations that the applicant misrepresented information as part of this meeting. And unfortunately, the department does not attend these meetings between the applicant and the community. We do know what was stated in DCR's community meeting that we advocated, and we've summarized that information in these notes. And I will turn it back over to you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for staff, Commissioners?
This is Commissioner Lim. The city council pointed out that the applicant did not meet its obligation because they did not meet with the neighborhood council. My understanding is that they're not required to meet with them. They need to give proof that they made an offer to meet with them. And it's my understanding that we have seen that proof to make meet with them. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions for department staff? Then we are closing this portion of this agenda item. I do have 4 speaker cards who are all purporting to represent the applicant. I do not want 4 people at the podium. I will allow 2 people at the podium. So if you can decide, or 2 people at a time. So if you can decide amongst you who the first 2 will be, please approach. You will have a total of 10 minutes between all 4 of you.
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Narek Balagiosi, and I'm the legal representative of the applicant. All 4 of us filled out the cards just in case we wanted to kind of say our piece, but I feel we're already on the same page as to, frankly, confusion as to all the neighborhood backlash we're having. It's non-operational business. There's no cannabis. We don't know where the smell is coming from. There is residential properties above, next to us. People are free to do in California. Whatever they need to do is legal. If someone's using cannabis in their residence, we can't control that, can't police that. As far as the comment was made from the community member that the applicant refused to provide security, that's also blatantly incorrect. We are required by law to have security guards there at all operating hours. Most depending on the neighborhoods and what interaction some operators have with the neighborhood, they choose to even have armed guards there 24/7 for their safety, neighborhood safety. That's the decision that we haven't made yet, but that's something we can definitely consider if the neighborhood council is highly suspicious about criminal activity. One thing I can say from my experience representing a lot of cannabis businesses and just being in the industry for the past 8-9 years is where there are operational cannabis facilities, especially storefronts, their security cameras, their floodlights, their security guards tend to be, at least for that immediate block, maybe kind of a neighborhood watch situation a little bit. If there is any people loitering, any situation where it's not even their patrons, but some people might be loitering, they'll usually be telling them, you can't loiter here, move on, go wherever you need to go. Again, not an operational business. There has been no law enforcement incidences. No one's called and complained about illegal cannabis activity, not at that facility. Keep in mind, this is one of those lottery winning social equity applicants. So that was decided in 2020. They've been essentially paying rent at the facility all this year up until this point to be able to get to this point where they can get their local approval, the state license, they can finally open the doors. And again, it's a social equity business. No deep pockets. I'm sure you can understand there's a lot of money that's gone into this, and we're so close to it. And as far as I think a comment was made where, as far as we received the DCR's notice regarding the community, regarding our notice of complete application on November 14th, which was the date of the neighborhood commission hearing, but there was a second opportunity for the 18th. So in the meantime, we've reached out to the commission to request the ability to appear. The email bounced, and the email that we get is usually from the DCR spreadsheet. Since then, it's been updated. We're going to reach out to the community to offer to appear once again. But in the meantime, the client that was contacted from the Rotary Club and attended their meeting where he was present for over an hour. Concerns were raised. He expressed exactly the same. So the answers were similar. We're not operating there. There shouldn't be smell. I don't know where the smell is coming from. If there is a smell, it's not us. Once we're operating, we definitely are required by law to have security. We're going to have security. We're going to have cameras. Everything is going to be above board. And like the commission mentioned and like the DCR mentioned, there hasn't been any issues with law enforcement, any sort of complaints. No, it's non-operational. There hasn't been an operation for them to violate anything as far as operational inspections or anything like that. So that hasn't happened. 1 second. As far as being a good neighbor, I guess the only thing I can say was, besides reiterating the fact that this is not an operational business, is if there's any sort of a concern from the community that we're not going to be good neighbors or the applicant's not going to be a good neighbor, I'm not sure why they would have that idea, but we will offer to meet with them again, alleviate any concerns they have. We can reiterate, address issues that they might specifically have regarding security or whatever it be, and work with them to figure out how we move forward where the concerns aren't there. Other than that, I'm not sure if there's much more for me to say. I don't know if someone else wants to say, but
Hi, Eugene Popuk. We've come a long way. It's been 5 years, guys. We had COVID held us back. And then there was phases and processes and all that. And finally we got here. We personally believe that the neighborhood and the community is one of the most important things to be together. And so when I learned that the president of the Gramercy Rotary Club reached out to our landlord, and my landlord told me, hey, give me the phone number. That's all I needed. I reached out right away. We were offered to do a Zoom meeting for an hour and a half. guys. I've answered every single question and concern that they may have had, okay? I was blunt and I didn't sugarcoat anything. I believe that there is zero reason not to issue the license today. Once again, we are poor. We're poor. Okay, we don't have thousands of dollars laying around. I've answered every single question and concern they had. At the end of it, I've emailed the same president of Rotary Club Gramercy saying if there was what the next step should be, because I offered for them to come over and take a look at the place as well. And the answer was, well, at this point, no, but we'll let you know. As far as the 15th, we got notified, like I said, on the 14th, it was in 1 hour, it was impossible to make. So, for the 15th meeting, I missed it. I'm sorry, I missed it. I was busy doing something else, okay? And I completely missed it. I knew that the meeting was there, and then I forgot, my partner forgot, God honest truth, we forgot. But let me assure you that for 5 years of getting to this and getting there, we would have never, on purpose, insult or not wanting to be or not do something with the community. In fact, when we had this meeting, I was bombarded for an hour and a half nonstop. We came to a very nice solution that we wanted a speed bump right outside. And so I thought that was great that we were getting something together with the community, and the offer is still there and it stands. And rather than paying and continuing this somewhere else, because we've met all the requirements, we did everything, we're experienced operator, we had zero, just never, we didn't have any problems. We are completely, we know everyone by face, the people that live there. I know every single person, none of them are here. Not one neighbor is here from the immediate facility, right? They know us. Well, yeah, right. What do you, I'm talking about the actual building, right?
No, you may
Anywho,
not.
The only
Sorry.
valid concern, I'm sorry, I'm blunt, but I've been through this 1,000 times in this hearings, and I know
We
that
have
the
2
only
minutes
valid
left.
concern was that I wasn't there somewhere. Well, I rented an apartment at 4373, apartment number 4, that's right upstairs. I'm available in case there's a fire or something else. I'm right there to help it. So I speak for the project. Please approve it today so that the money that we would need to spend more for rents and lawyers could go to the community, to benefit the community, really. And we don't want a fake relationship, guys. You know my emails and you know my number. Could have called.
Please address the commission only. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you for being here. Don't go.
Oh.
Don't go.
President
Commissioner,
Mason, I'm sorry, there is a raised hand in the virtual meeting. I'm not certain if it's an additional rep for this.
They've,
Time's expired.
yeah, time has expired. You may confirm who it is, but time has
They actually
expired.
have a minute and 18 seconds left.
We don't have any other reps. I'm not sure who that is.
I
You
will
may.
check. Mhm. Caller with phone number ending in 6264, please state your name and whether you represent this item.
It's Fernando for the council office. Again, I would like to make another statement, if possible, commissioners.
Is this in response to something that the applicant has said, or is it something new?
It is in response, and it is to reiterate the request that this item be continued, especially in light that the operator or the proposed operator just indicated that he missed a very key meeting with community. We understand that that was an oversight on his part, but
Okay,
it
okay.
would be prudent, it would be irresponsible for us to approve this. I think we need to come back to it and make sure
So
that
before everybody
in
starts to
fact-
talk, I'm going to say that we heard you the first time. What I'm trying to avoid is a back and forth because this is in a community meeting space that affords that kind of opportunity. And in all due respect, we did hear from you before, and the applicant is going to be tempted to respond, and it's going to get into that type of dialogue that we are hoping to avoid here today.
Understand.
Is that
Appreciate
okay?
your, yeah, that's fine. Thanks.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry, Commissioner, I would like to respond to that and then clarify Mr. Popak's comment regarding missing the meeting. The meeting that was quote unquote missed was the community meeting where people call to give their concerns and the applicants are simply there present listening to them. You're not allowed to respond. You don't get to comment back. You just there sitting and listening. That was the only thing that was missed, and that was because the notice came from the DCR on the 14th. The meeting was on the 14th. There was another one on the 18th. In the meantime, he had the meeting with the Gramercy. All the meetings were getting confused for him. That's the only reason why he was missed. But as far as he's supposed to be required to there just to hear all these comments, and we heard the comments. The response is the same. There's no real foul there.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant?
This is Commissioner Lim. In one of these meetings, do you know if the applicant stated that the neighborhood does not deserve the same level of care as Beverly Hills?
You want to answer that?
So, yeah, no problem. So, the only Beverly Hills is not Central Los Angeles. That's a fact. They're two different things. So they were talking about they had concerns about safety and what would be around there and all that other stuff. And I explained to them that, what I meant by it's not Beverly Hills, it's not Beverly Hills. The police response time is not as fast. The property values are not are not $20-30 million. I grew up, both my parents were on welfare all their life. They were handicapped. And I came in this country in 1989. I was 11 years old. I was born in Minsk, Soviet Union. Okay. And, there's one thing. I married a Mexican woman here. I have 5 daughters with her that are Mexican American. And what is really, really hurtful is there are 2 things I hate in this world. This is bully and discrimination. And I feel I'm being discriminated against. I'm sorry. It is the God honest truth here. That's what I feel like. And that is not appropriate and is not cool. And I won't stand for it. Just because I have an accent doesn't mean absolutely anything. I grew up poor. And like I said, I'll just stop there. Thank you.
I believe the comment you're referencing was made regarding the concerns that cannabis businesses lower property values, invite crime. And then it was again, hour and a half direct conversation where it was just him and the entirety of the Gramercy Club with every member, council person, whoever might have been present there, grilling the applicant, which he was answering questions similarly to the answers I gave, in a sense where there's no activity. We required to have security. We're going to have security. We're going to abide by all laws. Thank you.
Oh, just wanted to get clarification regarding that comment, because it could be deemed to be derogatory comment.
I see how that could be interpreted that way, but I guess the contention was that I think it was specifically regarding property values, something like that.
Hold on. It was more about trusting the community and relying on the community. Upstairs, Maria, if something is wrong, if the alarm is ringing, she gives me a call directly. That's exactly what I meant, guys. Okay? I'm more reliant on the upstairs immediate neighbors and all the neighbors there and the community, I would hope, in the future. That's all that was. Thank you. I'm sorry.
Hi, this is President Mason. Thank you for explaining that. There was a comment made that in interacting with the tenants early on, that there was a misrepresentation about the type of business that was going to be operating there. Can anyone speak to that remark?
I guess we'd like to ask clarification on what interactions there. I'm not sure what that's referencing. The only interaction we've had.
It was made during the public comment. Did you hear that at all?
Not the comment itself, but
Okay.
But the response to that
So
is.
here's the thing, if you didn't hear the comment, I don't really want you to speak to it because it might lead to a misrepresentation on your part.
Oh, you've repeated the comment. I thought that you were quoting it, but
The comment was that during the tenant interaction, there was a misrepresentation about the type of business that was going to be doing, operating at that facility or location. Can you tell us what Mr. Colleen just handed to you and what
yes,
you were
I'm
reading?
looking
sir?
at the supplemental document that was, I think you referenced before, that's titled page one, it is page one out of 3, and it's from Gramercy Block Club. And I'm not sure which paragraph this is, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th paragraph. And I can read that if you'd like, and then say no, these are other reasonable I see that it says nobody representing the owner or the operator reached out to us or any of us about their plans or intentions. I don't think we're required to reach out to the Rotary Club regarding any of our plans.
They are a block club.
Correct. And we're required to reach out to the neighborhood community and ask to appear. That's the extent of requirement. But like the operator said, the second he found out that the Rotary Club wants to hear from us, he directly contacted them and said, how can I help you?
I'm sorry, my question was specific to the tenants who reside upstairs, not the block club.
Right. I'll read this next sentence then. If you live in the very building, you know these proposed plans. I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know who the people living in the building are who made that comment.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, any other questions?
Yeah. So Commissioner Farmby, I have a couple. Regarding the meeting that was missed, that's being referenced, was there any attempt to reschedule or reconnect to have that meeting?
There wasn't, because there was no point, because the next meeting was this one. And the point of us attending that meeting is for us to hear the community comments.
Sure, yes.
Right. So the next meeting is going to be sometime several months from now. This item is not going to be on agenda anymore.
But okay, well, let me ask this question then. I hear what you're saying, but I guess what I'm getting at is considering knowing the circumstances that surrounding concerns from residents in the area, was there an attempt by you all to reach out to them regardless?
Well, yeah, I texted the president of Gramercy Rotary Club, what should the next step be?
And
And he
what was the
said,
response?
the response was, I'll ask the neighbors if they want to come and do a tour. My response, thank you.
Okay, great, thank you.
I'm
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. This is Commissioner Lim. I thought the way I read the report was because of November 14, there was no attendance. Wasn't there another one November 18? And did you
4
guys
days
attend
later.
November 18?
Yeah.
That's the problem. We received the email regarding the complete application on the 14th from the DCR. So we definitely didn't make that date. The 18th was supposed to be the next one that we're supposed to attend, but there was confusion on that because he had the meeting with Gramercy Club. He thought that it's the same thing, and there was a confusion as far as the attendance. But again, his attendance at that point is simply just to be there and listen to what the comments are.
So the applicant, this Commissioner Lim, the applicant did not attend the November 14 and 18 community meeting.
Not that I'm sure. I don't think so. I think
You can't. You're not there. Not yet.
Okay, thank you.
Right.
Okay.
Before you go, this is President Mason. I just want to point out the meetings on the 14th and the 18th come from the department, and they are virtual. The other meeting that he has held with the community was between him and the Gramercy Block Club.
Also virtual.
So we're talking about two different entities hosting meetings.
Correct, but that
Okay.
was also virtual over Zoom. That's where the confusion was.
Okay. Commissioner Farmby?
Thank you. What's your expected time of opening?
As soon as we're allowed to, meaning we have our state license pending.
Okay.
We're reached the scientific review portion where they're expecting I think for social equities, they're still okay with substantial progress letter, but we reached out to the DCR to provide that. And I guess the response was last week I got a response from the DCR stating that they're processing or they're going to generate that letter or whatever so we can provide it to the state so they can issue the state license. And once we have the local final approval, we'll open doors.
Okay. One more question. Commissioner Farmby, I'm just going to ask you directly.
Yes.
Right. I mean, there's a lot surrounding this. There's 38 folks from the meeting that had nothing but negative things to say. In your opinion, can you tell me, what do you believe the issue is? I mean, I can be quite honest with you, since I've been on this commission, I haven't seen that many folks that had that many comments, negative comments, while also at the same time, I know that you're not open, but there's something I feel that's missing here. So I'm asking you the direct question.
I honestly, I represent several cannabis operators, and I've been to these meetings virtually, informally, and I agree with you. I've never seen so much community backlash on a non-operational business before. And I think to answer your question, I'm a little bit confused as to why that is. I think it had to do with some sort of a misunderstanding, or at least maybe a clash of personalities, maybe during that one Gramercy Club meeting. But I can assure you and the community that whatever that misunderstanding is, we can all definitely clarify that, clear that out, make sure that everything's above board. And as far as one thing there hasn't been was reluctance to speak to the community and listen to what the concerns are. A lot of the concerns raised were premature, as again, we were not operational. Like if the operators being grilled about cannabis smell and drug use and all of that, meaning like that's unsafe around your buildings, like, well, I'm not open, I don't know who's doing that, what else can I say, besides promising that in the future, once I'm open, I'm gonna have security and I'm gonna make sure there's no loitering. And if there is drug use or any sort of illegal activity, there are security guards kind of act as a security for that. Can't say the whole neighborhood, but at least for that block. As much as, I mean, that's as much as I can say. But as far as what the reason is, I think it's a miscommunication or some sort of a disconnect where between what's between what's actually happening and what it's like a hypothetical scenario, like, well, this thing is going to be bad in the future because currently there's cannabis smell. Not our fault. We don't know what the smell's coming from. Other than that, I'm sure you guys already know at this point, it's a retailer, everything's prepackaged. Out of all the cannabis operators, retailers have the minimal amount of smell. There's all these HVAC systems with negative air pressure where it sucks the air in, doesn't let the smell out. Even if there's the slightest odor within the store, it usually never leaks out into the public or the surrounding areas. So
This is Commissioner Melendez. I have a couple questions for you. Where are you at with the building and safety to be able to open? Are you guys, did you guys already have all your plans approved to be able to come in and operate a cannabis store?
correct. Our architect has submitted all the documents. I think as far as the occupancy permit, it's been retail, so we didn't have to really mess with that. Other than that, plans are ready to go. I think we're only waiting for it's from what I understand from my conversation with the architect, that we're only waiting for DCR approval.
And the other question is how long have you actually had that physical property? How long have you been at that location in terms of paying rent?
It's 5 years.
So this this has been, so you had control of this for 5 years, this property?
Correct.
All right, that's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, any other questions? Okay, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
We're moving on to deliberations. Who's got first?
This is Commissioner Lim, in regards to, they may have not attended the November 14th and November 18 community meeting. However, it's very clear that they did participate in two other community meetings with the Rotary Club and the Block Group.
The Block Club is
Block
being
Club.
referred to as the Rotary Club. So there's only one other.
Okay, one, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, the Rotary Block Club. So met there for an hour and a half or so. So it seems that the idea of knowing the concern of the community has been there. And I'm assuming this comment that was made was at the Rotary Club and not
Block
at the
Club.
virtual, because
Block Club.
the Block Club, because he didn't attend the November 14th and 18th hearing, so he didn't make that comment there. So I do believe he has met his obligations. And the 38 against the applicant is, I commend the neighborhood that they rallied together. I commend that they came here and voiced their concern. I mean, that's a very strong community and a very strong outreach, but place hasn't opened. It's not, it's, if we base our decision on fear, then we're gonna have a huge problem. They met their requirement. There's a lot of, and the applicant is aware of the concern of the community. It served this purpose, and I hopefully they'll address those issues.
So I'm sorry, you cannot, I'm sorry, no outbursts. Sorry. Thank you.
That's it.
Okay, thank you. So this is President Mason, and there are a couple of places where I'm stuck. I heard Mr. Rodriguez from CD8 say that there has been an LAPD call for this location. I heard the applicant's representative say there has not been an LAPD call for that location. That's of huge concern to me because it does speak to safety. And until we're closed, we're straight deliberations at this point. So for me, until I get clarification for that, it's hard for me to approve the license. I respect the concerns of the community. And there's a tone that I've heard here today that from the second speaker that leads me to believe that it's highly possible some things have been said that are very disrespectful and offensive towards the community. I've heard the word bombarded. I've heard this is not Beverly Hills. I've heard that I am blunt. And I don't know, going forward, even if you do get a license, I don't know who's going to patronize you if that's how you're talking to people, but that's for you to work out. For me, it's the LAPD calls.
I agree. This is Commissioner Farley. That's my piece here. I don't know how you.
Your mic.
Thank you. This just us talking, right? Okay. This Commissioner Farley. I don't know how you reconcile it. It is or it isn't, and it's not clear to me. And I think the other piece is around the representative from the councilman's office is referencing trying to find out all of the information. I don't know what he's referencing regarding that. This place is not open yet. So I'm not sure what that means either. The other piece to this is that, unless we're talking about, which has not been stated, and I do not want to make any insinuations here, but the place is not open, so we should assume that there is no activity happening there unless maybe there is activity happening there. And Okay, and that the community is kind of responding to that. You know, and for me, as a commission, I know that we have a set of parameters that we make our decisions on, but I'm kind of.
I'm sorry, we're not doing this. That's warning number one. That's warning number one for you both. If there's a second warning, you will be escorted from the meeting. We are not doing this. Thank you.
Thank you, President Mason. So I just wanted to just highlight those points because I think that those things are, they don't seem to be at least reconciled for me. But the number one issue is really around LAPD call and response or lack of.
No, you may not. No, you may not. No, you may not. That's warning number one for you. Commissioners?
It's an innuendo and it's underlying innuendo that some activity's going on when you have 38 people that's there. But is that enough for us to continue? And if we continue it, are we asking to see if there's a police item? I'm not sure what the continuance would be for.
I think that's what Fernando's asking is for us to continue it so they could kind of suss out what's going on and be able to bring the community together with the applicant and try to have a little more of a solid answer and give us a little more solid, concrete information. So that way we can make a good, well-founded decision based on, all the information that will be, given to us at the next meeting, should we continue it.
I'm going to go on record as saying that City 8 has, ma'am. That Council District 8 has been a huge proponent of social equity. I don't really believe that it's an attack towards this or any act of discrimination towards this particular applicant. I think they're doing their job as a council office. The community has raised some concerns and they're asking to be able to suss out those concerns. Having been placed on notice on December 1st, and this is December 5th, I just don't think they've had enough time to even begin to figure out what their investigate. I don't know. I'm just guessing, what their investigation is going to look like and what kind of outcomes they're looking from for that. I'll stop there. Yeah.
Yeah, Commissioner Farmy. I heard what you're saying, Commissioner Lim, regarding like what is it to look at. I think for me, kind of thinking about meeting the obligations around reaching out to the neighborhood council. I get that. I think that that's clear, but I do think that it is something to be said in this process around making that connection. I think it's one thing to do the requirement. That's great. But I think it's also important when we think about this industry as partners coming into the neighborhood to meet with the folks who live there. That's important, right? And so while I think the attempt to reach out, and we've heard the reasons why the meeting was missed, that's totally fine. But I do think it's important for that connection to happen. There's a lot of people who have some concerns. The place is closed. There's a disconnect there. If there is at least an attempt to continue this, I would hope that there would be some sort of conversation that would take place with the applicant and with the people in the community, right? At minimum, that should happen. And I think if that can take place, that can come back before us. Hopefully everything will be good and then we can go on. I would hope that would be the case. But for me, it's just a lot of things here that just doesn't add up for me. Based on what we've heard from all parties, that kind of leads me to be more inclined to have the continuance, to at least to have people have the opportunity to speak with each other and meet with each other and hopefully have a different kind of outcome as they come back before us.
And to Commissioner Farmby's point, I would hope that should such a meeting take place, that the council office would also be present. Any further deliberations?
The only question will be
The continuation
what,
date.
yeah, what date?
The 20th, yeah, how about that?
February?
This is. Should I
We
make-
have the 6th and we have the 20th. I'm going to close deliberation for just a moment to reopen the department presentation because Jason did raise his hand to say something a while ago.
Thank you, President Mason. You've already clarified it. I just wanted to make sure that folks were not conflating the community meeting that DCR conducts to get the community input, which goes into this report with, their requirement to, make a good faith effort to actually meet with the neighborhood council. They did provide proof that they attempted to meet with the neighborhood council. And I just wanted to clarify that the meetings that they weren't able to attend, which were ours, where we just collect the community input, and they were not required to attend that. So thank you for that clarification.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we're back to deliberations. Or a motion.
Motion.
This is Commissioner Lim. In regards to number 12, DCR core record number 320048 for business located at 4369 South Van Ness Avenue. I make a motion to continue this to February 20th, 2025.
This is Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Thank you. Ms. Treviso, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez,
Aye.
Commissioner Farmby.
Aye.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
President Mason,
Aye.
the motion passes.
Thank you. The time is 5:24. The commission is now at recess for the next 30 minutes.
We may begin.
Thank you.
You can put us right here. I swear.
The time is 6:05 PM and the commission meeting is resuming. We are at item number 9, which is DCR Core Record number 310105. The applicant is Ventura Oaks Ventures LLC to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 4324 West Jefferson Boulevard. Mr. Vizo, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No, we do not have a speaker card, nor is there a raised hand in the virtual meeting.
Okay, then at this time, we'll hear the staff's presentation.
Good evening. This is licensing analyst Alan Dubois. I will present item number 9 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 310105 is associated with Ventura Oaks Ventures LLC. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 4324 West Jefferson Boulevard, Los Angeles, California, 90016 in the West Adams, Baldwin Hills, Lamert Community Plan Area within Council District 10. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of July 1st, 2021. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with LAMC Section 104.06. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license C1000000832-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through June 30th, 2025. Pardon me. The applicant is subject to requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. To comply with the equity share requirements, SEIAs must possess unrestricted ownership of their share of the social equity applicant business, a proportional right to vote and to the profits, and include code mandated language. As part of the application process, DCR reviewed the corporate and ownership documentation provided for this applicant and determined that the applicant met the minimum equity share requirements at that time. On or about October 17th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. 2 virtual community meetings were held, the first on November 14th and the second on November 18th of this year. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. One community member against the application stated that the community already has issues with liquor stores, parking, and trash. A compliance inspection was recently conducted, and a representative from the Compliance and Enforcement Division is in attendance and available to provide an overview of the compliance activities associated with this location at the end of this licensing presentation. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes licensing presentation for this item. Compliance and enforcement will now provide their review.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Senior Management Analyst Christina Campos. I'm one of the supervisors with our Compliance and Enforcement Division. I'm going to provide a summary for 4324 West Jefferson Boulevard. A compliance inspection was conducted on December 6th, 2023. We issued a notice to correct on January 29th with 5 deficiencies, which were all corrected prior to the deadline of February 26th of this year, and they passed our compliance inspection. Some of the deficiencies that were identified by the compliance inspector included trash and debris on the street. The video surveillance timestamp was off by 5 minutes. The no loitering sign was not posted inside or outside. There was cannabis flower that was visible from the outside, which is actually no longer part of our regulation as of May of this year. And the licensee did not install an electronic age verification device at the point of sale. We did do a follow-up inspection and they did correct all of their deficiencies. And again, the compliance inspection did pass as of February 26th of this year. Any questions?
It's Commissioner Farmby. Welcome. How you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good. I didn't see the status of the violations from what I have here. Were all of those minor?
The violations,
Yeah.
they ranged from minor to moderate.
Is it okay for you to identify what?
Absolutely. The violation for the graffiti was minor, which was resolved. They did clean the area, and there was graffiti which they painted over. The violation for the video surveillance time being off was moderate. Again, they did correct that. The violation for the no loitering sign, that was minor. The one for the showing of the cannabis flower, that was moderate, but again, that's no longer part of our regulation. And then the major one was the age verification device, which they did not have at the point of sale. But they did correct it by automating their system so that a photo ID would be pushed into the registers to confirm the age of verification at the point of sale. That was the major.
Thank you.
So this is Commissioner Lim, the age verification was not in regards to entering the premises, but tracking it so that the same ID would be verified at the cash register.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And this is Commissioner Miller. So you're saying the age identification, was that a moderate or a major?
That was the major one.
That's a major.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for staff? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Then at this time, we'll hear the applicant's presentation. We do have someone here. Kevin Williams? We had someone here. Anyone on the Zoom?
Yes, sir, it's a raised hand. Caller with phone number ending in 8944, please state your name and whether you represent the applicant. You have 10 minutes to address the commission.
Hi, I apologize. I had to leave, but yeah, I'm available for any questions. I don't have a lot of comment. I'm not really prepared. I'm actually on the road right now.
Who are we speaking to?
This is Kevin Williams.
Thank you.
I was there in person, but I had to leave. Apologize.
Thank you.
What's your relationship to the applicant?
So I am the Chief Compliance Officer for Illicana. Illicana owns 49% of Ventura Ventures, along with our social equity partner, Chanel Michaels, who owns 51% of Ventura Ventures. And so I'm the Chief Compliance Officer for Illicana and the named manager of Ventura Ventures.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant?
I do. Thank you. This is Commissioner Farmby. Did you hear from the compliance officer some of the violations that were cited?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Can you give us a status update on those?
Oh, we addressed all of them immediately, as quickly as we could. Yeah, and But yeah, as far as I'm concerned, the only thing that might be ongoing is, the ongoing battle is always to keep the alleys and the trash clear and things like that. But as far as the significant violations, we addressed all of those.
Okay. And it's Commissioner Farmy again. If I heard correctly, these were cited earlier this year in January. Is that correct?
I don't know the exact timing of the violations. I thought they might have been at the end of the year, but yeah, I don't have that in front of me. I don't know the exact date of the violations. I do know that we addressed them within the window.
Okay, thank you.
This is President Mason. The inspection was on December 6th of 2023, almost a year ago.
This is Commissioner Lim. In regards to the age verification, was that a software issue or was that a procedural issue?
I think it's procedural mostly. We have a security kiosk and do the electronic age verification at the entrance. We just did not have a communication of that to our point of sale system at the register. And we've tried to do we don't walk our customers around. We don't, like a lot of the stores had a personal bud tender that walks around with the customer. We don't do that. We let them kind of browse and then select a bed tender and then go to the register when they feel like it, kind of more traditional shopping. And I think that bit us in the butt a little bit because we didn't have the proper tie, but we do have that in place now.
Any other questions? Okay, hearing none. Thank you for calling in. We're sorry you couldn't stay with us.
No, thank you.
Okay, we are closing the applicant's presentation and on to deliberations, if any. If there are no deliberations, then we can go into the motion.
Looks good. I mean, they've been open since 2021. There's really no complaints and they handled all their all their notice to correct. So I think he's a solid operator.
That's like a year ago.
Okay.
This is Commissioner Farmby on item number 9. DCR Core Record 310105. The applicant is Ventura Oaks Ventures LLC. The business premise is located at 4324 West Jefferson Boulevard. I make a motion to adopt the staff's recommendation as stated.
Vice President Nash seconds the motion.
Thank you. Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
Commissioner Farmby,
Aye.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez,
Aye.
President Mason,
Aye.
the motion passes.
Thank you. We're on to item 11, DCR Core Record number 101802. The applicant is the Little Cottage Caregivers LLC to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 979 North La Brea Avenue. Mr. Vizo, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No, we do not have a speaker card nor a raised hand.
Okay, thank you. Then we'll hear from the department at this time.
Good evening. This is licensing analyst Alan Dubois. I will present item number 11 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR Core Record number 101802 is associated with the Little Cottage Caregivers LLC. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 979 North La Brea Avenue, Los Angeles, California, 90038 in the Hollywood Community Plan area within Council District 5. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of March 19th, 2019. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with LAMC Section 104.06. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license C10-00000339-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through June 27th, 2025. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. On or about October 17th, 2024, DCR provided the notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. 2 virtual community meetings were held, the first on November 14th and the second on November 18th of this year. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. 1 testimony was provided in support of the application. A compliance inspection was recently conducted, and a representative from the Compliance and Enforcement Division is in attendance and available to provide an overview of the compliance activities associated with this location at the end of the licensing presentation. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to the CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes licensing's presentation for this item. Compliance and Enforcement will now provide their review.
Good evening again, Commissioners. I'm Senior Management Analyst Christina Campos with the Compliance and Enforcement Division. I'm going to provide a summary for 979 North La Brea, the Little Cottage Caregivers. A compliance inspection was conducted on October 17th, and a notice to correct was issued on November 13th with a deadline of December 13th. The compliance inspector identified the following deficiencies, which have all been addressed to some degree. The first is a use of DBA. The use of herbarium was not a DBA that was registered with DCR. They have submitted a mod to use the DBA herbarium. The display of license, the neighborhood liaison contact information and DCR license was not posted for public viewing. They did correct this deficiency by posting the sign, and we did and sent us a picture of it. Their video surveillance footage was not maintained for 90 days. To address this, they did request additional hard drive, which is to be added this week in order to store the 90 days of video footage, which is required. And this is a moderate violation. And a non-employee vendor signed the limited access area log, however, was not escorted by an employee in the limited access area, and they were walking freely. To correct this issue, the policy was written in their standard operating procedures, and they retrained their staff regarding the regulations for the limited access area and for them to walk for outside vendors to not be able to walk freely in these limited access areas. And they also did not post the no loitering sign as well, which is a minor violation. And this was posted, and a picture of it was sent to us. And another deficiency that they had was there was a discrepancy with their inventory and metric. This was also corrected. There was a discrepancy of one of their products, which was, it was the display item, which was not counted for. So when they did their inventory, it matched up with metric. The department did receive 2 complaints for this location. One was back in March of 2021. And the complaint alleged that the operators are advertising on their delivery vehicles and not checking IDs. selling to minors, and having events and giving away free cannabis. In August of 2023, a complaint was received alleging the sale of mushrooms and illegal delivery operations out of the location. When we did our compliance inspection, we did also have a special investigator conduct the investigation. He assisted with the inspection, and in reviewing the business premises, he confirmed that the operator is not currently engaged in delivery and all the regulations were being followed properly. The complaints at this time have been closed and none of the violations were observed. Any questions?
Yes. This is Vice President Nash. What was the allegation concerning the illegal delivery?
The illegal delivery, the complaint just alleged that they were illegally delivery operating out of the location. So that's all that was there. But when we went out there, they weren't, they didn't have a delivery vehicle. They weren't delivering.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
This is supposed to be a type 10 retail, I'm assuming. So I had a question on the temporary approval status for the display of license. Can you talk about that?
For the display of
There's
license?
5A2I.
Let's see. So the DCR license, which should be displayed, that's what you're referring to. They did not have it up. But since we did give them the notice to correct, they did post it.
They did? Okay. Got it. And what's with the status of temporary approval if they're in compliance?
They do have temporary approval as of 3/19/2019.
They're licensed.
They have the
referring
temporary
to.
approval.
Right, Jason? Okay. All right. Got it. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, commissioners? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, staff. We are on to the applicant's presentation. I don't want to butcher your last name, so I'm just,
Lucier, Brianna Lucier.
okay, thank you.
I have a PowerPoint. Did it get in? Because if not, I need my phone.
This is number
Item 11.
Okay, so the Little Cottage Caregivers LLC has undergone a transformative journey. Originally thriving under Herbarium's management, this dispensary faced significant challenges from December 2021 to June 2024 with 3 different management groups overseeing operations. I was there for all 3. Despite these disruptions, in July 2024, it was returned to its rightful owners. At the time, daily sales had dropped to $300 a day, but began to rise immediately under Herbarium's management, reaffirming the resilience and strength of this iconic location at 979 North La Brea. Since its establishment on July 1st, 2018, Herbarium has demonstrated vast expertise in dispensary management, a steadfast commitment to compliance, and a dedication to community engagement. Today, Herbarium WeHo looks to a bright future with compliance and community involvement as guiding principles. From hosting off-site, fully compliant charity events and neighborhood cleanups to considerable investments in operational integrity, we remain focused on uplifting the local community and setting new standards for excellence. The upgrades to the facility that have happened since July was the recently prior management had painted the entire building black. It looked really, it was it brought the whole community down. Nobody liked it. We painted the whole thing white again, put in glitter epoxy flooring. There have been other interior improvements and enhanced security measures. We've added more alarms, more sensors and more cameras. Herbarium WeHo places the highest priority on safety, security, and community collaboration. Security at this location is managed by Active Security Solutions, Inc., a trailblazing female-owned business led by Patricia Donaldson, one of the directors of the Hawthorne Chamber of Commerce. As the first woman business owner in enterprise security in the state of California, Patricia has been at the helm of Active Security Solutions for an impressive 38 years, setting industry standards in safety and innovation. This location is fortified with 30 high-definition security cameras, steel doors equipped with magnetic locks, and a robust odor control system to maintain a secure and community-friendly environment. In addition to these measures, security guard coverage ensures consistent on-site vigilance. Further strengthening its commitment to the neighborhood, Herbarium WeHo has appointed Brianna Lucier, myself, as its neighborhood liaison, fostering open communication and ensuring that community concerns are addressed promptly and professionally. At Herbarium WeHo, we take pride in. Is there, am I done?
Oh, just, that might be just his.
Take a glitch on our.
Oh, okay. At Herbarium WeHo, we take pride in being active stewards of our local environment. Our community cleanup initiatives are a cornerstone of our commitment to making a tangible, positive impact in the neighborhoods we serve. Organized regularly, these events bring together our team and volunteers to remove litter, beautify public spaces, and foster a cleaner, healthier environment for everyone. From railway tracks to public parks, our efforts extend beyond our walls, demonstrating our dedication to giving back to the community in meaningful ways. Through these cleanups, we plan to cultivate stronger bonds with our neighbors, ensuring that Herbarium WeHo remains a trusted and respected partner in the community's growth and well-being. At Herbarium WeHo, giving back is more than a mission, it's a core value. Our commitment to supporting local families and fostering community connections is reflected in our regular charity initiatives. From organizing toy drives during the holiday season to hosting turkey donation events off-site, we strive to bring joy and relief to those in need. These efforts not only create moments of happiness for underserved families, but also help strengthen the bond between Herbarium and the community it serves. Through these acts of generosity, we reaffirm our dedication to uplifting the lives of those around us while demonstrating that our success is shared with the people who make our neighborhood special. And that is all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Commissioners, any questions?
Commissioner Farmy, how you doing? So you had mentioned that you had been here in all three iterations of
Yes.
the, right? Okay.
Mhm.
Do you recall the issue that was mentioned that happened in 2021 regarding the delivery?
They said, so they wanted, there were delivery cars and a delivery service during that time. And the cars said Herbarium on them. And the DCR approached us and said, hey, that's not okay. And we said, okay, we'll have it removed immediately. It was covered immediately. I sent them pictures. I'm sure that they can go back in the file somewhere and find that. And it's me interacting with them as well. Yeah, we rectified it immediately.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Any other questions, commissioners? Okay, hearing none. Thank you for staying with us this evening.
Thank you.
We are closing the applicant's presentation and moving on to commissioner deliberations, if any. If there are none, we may have a motion.
Item 11, no deliberation. Okay. Item 11, DCR Core Record number 101802. The applicant is to Little Cottage Caregivers LLC. The business premise is located at 979 North La Brea Avenue. I make a motion to adopt the staff's recommendation as stated in the report.
Mr. Melendez, I second.
Thank you. Mr. Rizzo, please call the roll.
Commissioner Farmby,
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez, Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
President Mason.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Item 12.
Item 13 would be the.
No, I just wanted to see if we were all still here. That's all. It's a test. It was a test. Item 13, DCR Core Record Number 320047. The applicant is Grand Era Incorporated to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 5324 East York Boulevard. Mr. Rizzo, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No, we do not have a speaker card, nor is there a raised hand in the virtual meeting.
Okay, thank you. Then at this time, we'll hear the department's presentation.
Good evening. This is licensing analyst Alan Dubois. I will present item number 13 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR Core Record number 320047 is associated with Grand Era, Inc. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 5324 East York Boulevard, Los Angeles, California, 90042, in the Northeast Los Angeles Community Plan area within Council District 14. The applicant has not yet been issued temporary approval by DCR. The applicant is actively completing all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with LAMC Section 104.06. The applicant does not currently possess a state provisional license. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. To comply with equity share requirements, SEIAs must possess unrestricted ownership of their share of the social equity applicant business, a proportional right to vote and to the profits, and include code mandated language. As part of the application process, DCR reviewed the corporate and ownership documentation provided for this applicant and determined that the applicant met the minimum equity share requirements at that time. On or about October 17th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. 2 virtual community meetings were held, the first on November 14th and the second on November 18th of this year. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. Comments provided by the public were in support of the application, citing that the applicant has remained compliant and increased security in the neighborhood. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation for this item.
Thank you. There is no report from the Compliance Enforcement Division. So we are there any questions for staff? I do have 2 questions. Okay. So we have a letter here from Chief of Police Jim McDonald and Jay Home, Captain and Commanding Officer from the Northeast area. The letter is dated December 3rd, 2024. It's a letter opposing the granting of a license, and it does discuss that if the license is granted, they have some proposed conditions. Most of the conditions are covered under the municipal code anyway, but there were 2 that jumped out that I have questions about. One was number 9, which reads, the exterior windows and glass doors of the store shall be maintained substantially free of signs and other materials from the ground to at least 6 feet in height above the ground to permit surveillance into the store by police or private security. And the other one was number 14. The operator shall attend periodic meetings with the LAPD, the council office, and community members to discuss ongoing operations, recent complaints, and shall revise operational procedures to address issues to the satisfaction of LAPD. Are these 2 requests covered in the municipal code?
For item number 9, generally stores do keep their windows visible from the exterior. That would be a great question for the applicant. I don't offhand know what this site looks like. Some of the businesses did have frosted windows, And of course, LAPD likes to be able to do investigations and observations from the public right of way, as opposed to having to go in. So I don't know if number 9 would be specifically applicable to this location. And then for number 14, the operator is not required to engage in periodic meetings with the LAPD council office community members. However, that is definitely a best practice.
Okay.
They are required to post their neighborhood liaison that has to be available within 24 hours. And if a member of the city family or community needed to reach out about a complaint, it would be best addressed to the neighborhood liaison. And then, of course, if LAPD has an issue with a location, they may not be in good standing, there's been a citation or something, they can bring it to the attention of DCR, specifically the Compliance and Enforcement Division, and then they would do the follow-up and take any necessary action. And sorry, Jason Kleen, Assistant Executive Director, providing the testimony, and I am reviewing the Cannabis Regulation Commission correspondence that we did get from the Northeast station. This is not a public convenience or necessity request. Those would have to be vetted before by the city council and approved before it could come before this body. This is part of phase 3 retail round 2. And as stated on the first page of the report, the second paragraph that starts with "please be advised," they are saying that a review indicates that 24 cannabis type 10 licenses, I'm adding the type 10 there, are allowed within that community plan area. And currently there have been 19 of those licenses issued. So this area has not reached undue concentration. So this applicant does not require a PCN finding from the council.
Right. Thank you. Thank you. I was just concerned because I know that with respect to number 9, they have to show the neighborhood liaison sign. And if they've been granted the signage by the health department and pass that inspection, that would be something that would have to be displayed in the front window as well. I just hope that LAPD understands that as well. Those are my only 2 questions. Thank you. Any other questions, commissioners? Okay.
I'm sorry, this is Emily Wada, Deputy City Attorney. I'll just say for the edification of the commission, but also for any future letters from LAPD. Municipal Code, section 104.06B, I think, where is it? B2, Roman numeral 6. Says that the commission may, if it grants a license, it may impose conditions to address public safety concerns based on evidence of the record. And I would advise the council in this matter that if it wanted to do that, it would be advisable to get further information from LAPD, because while this letter provides some very basic general information, I don't think that there's necessarily very specific information here that would allow you to impose those public safety limitations on this license. There's a general averment that there's been 65 Part 1 crimes in the vicinity, but it's not
They're clear not tied to
where the vicinity is, how large that is, and how that may or may not be tied to the business, and et cetera. So I think if the commission were inclined, I would advise you to request to speak to someone from LAPD just to further substantiate the allegations in this letter.
Thank you for that. I do not have a speaker card on behalf of this applicant. Is there someone on the line, Mr. Vizo?
There is a raised hand in the virtual meeting.
Thank you.
Caller with phone number ending in 4306. Please state your name and whether you represent the applicant. You have 10 minutes to address the commission.
Hello, Commission. Thank you, Alan, very much. My name is Molly Pitluck. I am Licensing and Compliance Counsel for GDinLA Inc. And this is the first time we are learning of this LAPD letter. Can you please repeat what date it was issued? I apologize.
I tucked it away. I'm sorry. This is President Mason. The letter from LAPD to this commission is dated December 3rd, 2024.
Okay, thank you so much. This is the first we're hearing of that. And the LAPD has not reached out to us. So we will certainly work with LAPD moving forward. And I appreciate you bringing that to our attention. I was going to get up today to talk about Grand Era. It's a social equity license, a lottery winner. It is working very hard to finish its city and state licensing in compliance with all state and city laws so that it can open the business the owners have worked so hard to establish. They have no complaints or opposition at either of its community meetings. And most importantly here, Grand Era meets all the criteria for issuance of the license. The diagrams are substantially the same as those submitted to DCR. They have always provided DCR with timely and truthful responses to requests for information. They have passed social equity review with the DCR. They've never denied the DCR or anyone access to the premises, had a license revoked, or failed an inspection. There have been no complaints or police reports or anything that we are aware of, or any other issues that would create a significant public safety concern or was documented by law enforcement. Apparently, except for this December 3rd letter that we are unaware of. Regarding the business premises, the licensed premises fully comply with the land use and zoning requirements in LAMC. As Mr. Colleen stated, this is in the Northeast Los Angeles Community Plan area that has not reached undue concentration. The owners and the managers do not hold office in any agency of the state or city related to commercial cannabis. There has not been a conviction related to the licensed premises regarding any type of illegal or unlicensed cannabis activity for the past 5 years. And then finally, none of the owners have a disqualifying conviction or a disqualifying civil judgment concerning illegal cannabis activity. Therefore, Grand Era respectfully request, or Grand Era meets all the requirements for approval of its annual license and respectfully requests the commission approve the issuance. Thank you very much. And I'm here to take your questions.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions? I don't think we have any questions for you tonight. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much. Before I finish, how are we able to get a copy of that letter? Because it wasn't submitted on the submissions, either secondary or the initial submissions for the hearing.
This letter was just received today. I'm sorry, this is Josie Treviso, Commission Executive Assistant. The letter was received today and distributed today. And we will be posting it on the website.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Question, deliberations, gentlemen. If any. I'll call for a motion.
This is
Mr.
Commissioner
Vice
Melendez.
President Nash.
All together choir.
Go ahead, Nash.
Regarding item number 13, DCR court record number 320047 for the business located at 5324 East Shore Boulevard. I move to adopt staff recommendations as stated in their staff report dated December 1, 2024.
Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Thank you. Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez,
Aye.
Commissioner Farmby,
Aye.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
President Mason.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Item 14, DCR core record number 320012. The applicant is GDinLA Incorporated to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 11834 West Jefferson Boulevard. Ms. Treviso, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No, we do not have a speaker card nor a raised hand in the virtual meeting.
Okay, then at this time, we'll hear from staff.
Good evening. This is licensing analyst Alan Dubois. I will present item number 14 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 320012 is associated with GDinLA Inc. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 11834 West Jefferson Boulevard in the Palms, Mar Vista, Delray Community Plan area within Council District 11. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of March 26, 2024. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with LAMC Section 104.06. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license, C10001365-LIC, to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through June 29, 2025. The applicant is subject to the requirements of the LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. To comply with equity share requirements, SEIAs must possess unrestricted ownership of their share of the social equity applicant business, a proportional right to vote and to the profits, and include code-mandated language. As part of the application process, DCR reviewed the corporate and ownership documentation provided for this applicant and determined that the applicant met the minimum equity share requirements at that time. On or about October 17th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the Community Meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. 2 virtual community meetings were held, the first on November 14th and the second on November 18th of this year. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. The oral and written comments provided by the public were in favor of the application, stating that the business provided security and that the staff are very helpful. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendation in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation for this item.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for the department? Okay, hearing none. Mr. Rizzo, is there someone on the line? I do not have a speaker card for this.
Yes, there is a
Okay.
raised hand in the virtual meeting.
You may confirm.
Caller with phone number ending in 8667, please state your name and whether you represent the applicant. You have 10 minutes to address the commission.
Yes, hi, good evening. Can you guys hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good evening. Sorry for the difficulty there. My name is Anthony Trujillo. I am the attorney for the applicant, GDinLA. And I would first off like to thank the commission members and DCR for all their efforts in getting this annual process put together and done so quickly in faster time. But I just would like to say that GDinLA has met all the requirements. There's no reason why the license shouldn't be issued. And we really are trying to make a serious effort to take the social equity thing serious. One of our owners is a first generation American that got his citizenship last year, and he manages this store. And the other guy's a 27-year-old kid that had been in cannabis for years. And so we're really taking the social equity part serious. We have one of our first investments was into someone to clean the street out here. We put Christmas lights and try to make the neighborhood better is all we can do with our budgets. But we're fully interested in being 100% compliant and trying to do this the legal way, regardless of what that takes, what the laws are they are now. So we appreciate your time and hopefully you'll approve us for licensing.
Thank you. Thank you so much for calling in. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant's attorney?
Commissioner Farby. You had mentioned the social equity applicant. What are some of the, can you talk a little bit about some of the things you utilize in the program?
We haven't had a huge about the program, but we're one of the first licenses. I don't know, we have the cumulative, so we actually have two social equities that were combined. But one of them, we haven't been able to get any of the grants. There haven't been that many available. I mean, we've saved some money on some of the fees, I think, and they've recently told us that we could apply to get a 20% some sort of reseller on our taxes. But I mean, there hasn't been as many, but it's just a benefit to give them a chance to own their own business. I mean, Mr. Ortiz owns a real percentage of this business now, and he's not just an employee. He's been in other businesses and seen what happens when you have a chance and work hard but aren't given shares. And that's really the benefit that it's been, not the grants, I guess. If that was your question, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that was the the question was around any of the benefits of the program that you've utilized.
It's worked in the regard that they were given a chance at a business. I mean, I do think you guys have given them the hardest business in the history of the world, with I think possibly the highest taxes of any business in America, with LA having a 9% sales tax. So, I mean, you made it hard on them, but they can't raise financing or use banks. But, I mean, it helped them. I mean, they would not have had Mr. Ortiz would not have had this opportunity, and he deserved it.
All right. Okay. I'll let it go.
This is President Mason. I'm going to help Commissioner Farby out. The city offers a suite of services to social equity applicants, and his question had to do with whether or not you have taken advantage of any of those services, such as the pro bono program, the seed grant, the one-on-one counseling.
Actually, I didn't know. We haven't as much as we should have. That's correct. I appreciate you reminding us. Well, I didn't know about them. I mean, I appreciate that. Are there seed grant funds available still?
The application period, not at this time, no. They'll announce when they are available again.
Oh, that's great. There might be more available.
If the state says there will be, yes, there will be.
Oh, that would be great. I mean, because it has. This program at first, I was skeptical of some of the benefits and it was too hard for them. But as long as they don't have to have majority control the way it's possible, and it does help people. They can't have 51% one person, so that's unacceptable. That wasn't working. And that's why the city's having all these crazy problems with these side deals and stuff, because they can't be real owners and have 51% and you raise capital to survive in the city.
Understood. Thank you so much for calling in. Commissioners, any other questions? Okay, then we will close this item and move on to deliberation, if any. If not, I will take a motion.
Commissioner Melendez, I'd like to address item 14, DCR core record number 320012. Like for the business premises located at 11834 West Jefferson Boulevard. I move to adopt staff recommendation as stated in their staff report dated December 1st, 2024.
Vice President Nash seconds the motion.
Thank you. Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
Commissioner Melendez,
Aye.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
Commissioner Farby, Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
President Mason.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Item 15 is DCR core record number 320011. The applicant is Asseraf Holdings LLC to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 20924 West Van Owen Street. Mr. Vizo, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
No, we do not have a speaker card, nor is there a raised hand in virtual meeting.
Okay, then thank you. At this time, we'll hear the department's presentation.
Good evening. This is licensing analyst Alan Dubois. I will present item number 15 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 320011 is associated with Asseraf Holdings LLC. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 20924 West Van Owen Street in the Canoga Park, Winnetka, Woodland Hills, West Hills Community Plan Area within Council District 5. The applicant has not yet been issued temporary approval by DCR. The applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with the LAMC Section 104.06. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license, C10001465-LIC, to conduct retail with on-site commercial cannabis activity, which is active through July 8th, 2025. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. To comply with equity share requirements, SEIAs must possess unrestricted ownership of their share of the social equity applicant business, a proportional right to vote and to the profits, and include code-mandated language. As part of the application process, DCR reviewed the corporate and ownership documentation provided for this applicant and determined that the applicant met the minimum equity share requirements at that time. On or about October 17th, 2024, DCR provided the notice of the Community Meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. 2 virtual community meetings were held, the first on November 14th and the second on November 18th of this year. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. DCR did not receive any oral or written testimony for or against this applicant. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation for this item.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for the department? Okay, that's a no. Then we are moving on to the applicant's presentation. I do have a speaker card for Michael Asseraf. Hello.
Hi, my name is Michael Asseraf from Asseraf Holdings LLC. I want to thank the commission for giving me the ability to run this business and own this. It's a blessing. I also want to thank Jason Killing, even though he just walked away. The webinars he does are incredible. I've watched every single one. Not being an attorney and navigating through this process has just been gold what he does. I also just want to thank just everyone. I mean, I had 2 cannabis felony arrests, and that's how I qualified for the social equity program. And so the ability to do what I'm doing now is just incredible. Just thankful.
Thank you. This is our question and answer period for you. Other than the webinars, have you used any of the other social equity?
I have not.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, I have no questions. Thank you for being here. Commissioners, any questions?
This is Commissioner Lim. How close are you to opening up your store?
I'm open.
Oh, you are open?
Yeah.
Okay.
Any other questions? All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
We are on to deliberations, if any. Hearing none, I'll take a motion.
This is Commissioner Lim. In regards to number 15, DCR for record number 320011 for business located at 20924 West Van Owen Street. I make a motion to adopt the staff report dated December 1, 2024.
Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Thank you. Mr. Rizzo, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez,
Aye.
Commissioner Farmby,
Aye.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
President Mason,
Aye.
the motion passes.
Thank you. Item 16 is DCR Core Record Number 310198. The applicant is Platinum Alliance LLC to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 3707 South Main Street. Mr. Visa, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
We do not have a speaker card, and there is no raised hand in the virtual meeting.
Okay, then at this time, we will hear the department's presentation.
Good evening. My name is Ethan Spalding. I will present item number 16 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR Core Record Number 310198 is associated with Platinum Alliance LLC. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 3707 South Main Street in the Southeast Los Angeles Community Plan area within Council District 9. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of November 21st, 2024. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with LAMC Section 104.06. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license C10001324-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through June 12th, 2025. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. To comply with the equity share requirements, SCIAs must possess unrestricted ownership of their share of the social equity applicant business, a proportional right to vote and to the profits, and include code mandated language. As part of the application process, DCR reviewed the corporate and ownership documentation provided for this applicant and determined that the applicant met the equity share requirements at that time. On or about October 17th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. 2 virtual community meetings were held, the first on November 14th and the second on November 18th of this year. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. DCR did not receive any oral or written testimony for or against this applicant. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exemptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation for this item.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the department at this time? Okay, hearing none. Mr. Vizo, is there a caller for this applicant?
There is a raised hand in the virtual meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Caller with phone number ending in 7354. Please state your name and whether you represent the applicant. You have 10 minutes to address the commission.
Good evening, Madam President and honorable council members. I'm Narek Vardanian, counsel for Platinum Alliance. We thank you for this opportunity and I would like to make myself available for any questions you may have.
Thank you for calling in. Commissioners, any questions? Okay, hearing none. We are closing the applicant's presentation and moving on to deliberation, if any. Hearing none, I'll take a motion.
This is Vice President Nash regarding item number 16, DCR Core Record number 310198 for the business located at 3707 South Main Street. I move to adopt staff recommendations as stated in their staff report dated December 1, 2024.
Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Thank you. Mr. Rizzo, please call the roll.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez,
Aye.
Commissioner Farmby,
Aye.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
President Mason.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Item 17 is DCR Core Record number 310135. The applicant is Ceremony Dispensary number 1 to approve number 01 to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 19707 to 19709 Nordoff Street. Mr. Weasel, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
We do not have a speaker card and there is no raised hand in the virtual meeting.
Thank you. We will take the department's presentation at this time.
Good evening. My name is Ethan Spalding. I will present item number 17 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR Core Record number 310135 is associated with Ceremony Dispensary number 01. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 19707 through 19709 Nordoff Street in the Chatsworth Porter Ranch Community Plan area, then Council District 12. The applicant has not yet been issued temporary approval by DCR. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with LAMC Section 104.06. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license, C10-0001304-LIC, to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through May 26, 2025. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the social equity program. To comply with equity share requirements, SEIAs must possess unrestricted ownership of their share of the social equity applicant business, a proportional right to vote and to the profits, and include code mandated language. As part of the application process, DCR reviewed the corporate and ownership documentation provided for this applicant and determined that the applicant met the minimum equity share requirements at that time. On or about October 17, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. 2 virtual community meetings were held, the first on November 14th and the second on November 18th of this year. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. Two community members provided testimony against the issuance of this license due to a present cannabis odor at the location. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation for this item.
Thank you so much. Commissioners, any questions for staff?
This is Commissioner Melendez. I'd like to once again ask Jason a quick question. Jason, once again, the complaint comes across that there's an odor being emitted from the establishment. Is it not, when you guys bring this before us, I'm trying to figure out how to word this, it's usually, you guys have already gone out to check out the space and know that that odor doesn't come from the establishment.
Jason Clean, Assistant Executive Director. When we do get an odor complaint, we look to see whether or not the business is allowed to operate and what the status of the business is at the time the complaint comes in.
No temper.
Based on, I'm looking at the background section of the staff report, and, you know, they have not received temporary approval by DCR. So of course, this business is not allowed to sell cannabis, and any cannabis smoke that would be observed being consumed in and around the area would not be necessarily associated with their operations. It is something that we would look into, but generally it is the department's experience that cannabis consumption and the cannabis odor for businesses that do not have temporary approval is unassociated with the actual applicant. It's associated with folks that live in and around the area and or purchase cannabis from another location and they're just consuming it.
Okay, so thank you.
I apologize for the lengthy answer.
No problem.
Any other questions, commissioners? Any other questions, commissioners? Okay, then thank you. We'll close out this portion of the item and then we'll move on to the applicant's presentation. I
Hello.
apologize. I sent you all to the wrong building.
We have a few images. You should have three. Go back one. Go, yeah, you can go back one. There we go. So we started with that. So first of all, Madam President, Commissioners, thank you very much for having us here today and allowing us to present this annual application. As we embarked on this journey, we asked ourselves, how will we be beneficial and positive
Stop.
neighbors to the neighborhood? Yes, go ahead.
Please state your name for the record
Dr.
and
Lafila.
your relationship to the applicant.
CEO.
Go.
Yes. So as we embarked on this journey, we asked ourselves, how will we be a beneficial and positive neighbor to the neighborhood? At Ceremony, we will operate with the highest standards of product quality, service, and public safety. Our robust security measures ensure compliance with city and state regulations with the focus on community safety and preventing cannabis diversion. Environmental stewardship is a core principle for Ceremony. Our facility is designed to mitigate odor impact through advanced air filtration systems, including negative pressure zones and MERV 11 particulate inline filters, ensuring a clean and respectful environment. We're also committed to supporting the local economy by hiring our workforce from Northridge, offering specialized training and apprenticeship to build a skilled and effective team. The property at 19707-709 Nordoff wasn't easily distinguished from the surroundings in Northridge. But Ceremony, located between two gateways at Nordoff and Corbin, wanted to change that by elevating neighborhood with innovative design. We believe we can make a bold statement announcing this neighborhood is a place of its own, distinct, stunning, and thought-provoking with what we've done here. We started this project about 4 years ago. It was our very first construction project. We shot for the moon. It was a full tenant improvement. We prided ourselves on being fully legal, holding ourselves to the letter of the law, going to LADBS when everyone said, just open, just go, don't worry about permits. We said, no, we're going to do our MEPs. We're going to do our building permits. It costed us a tremendous amount of money and a lot of time, huge learning curve, but we've gotten there. If you flip to the next slide, you'll see that we now have, that's an actual photo. The cabinets have just started to go in. The shelves are going in next week. Regarding the cannabis smell, it's all boarded up. We've had a few break-ins, so we boarded it up. There's no cannabis operations. If you go to the last slide, you'll see there's a smoke shop in the strip mall. And people come in, they buy their papers and who knows what they're smoking or whatnot. So there is riffraff. We just installed the gate. You can go further down actually. To the right of that, you can't really see here. There's a gate that we installed that had for the parking in the rear. It wasn't there before. We'd have riffraff there at night, doing what they do. So now we're able to stop them from going in. So we've made investments in the building. We're not done with the facade. That's coming in January, but you know, we're thrilled to be where we are, and it'll be extremely gratifying if you guys approve the annual application so we can make this happen.
Thank you for
Thank
being
you.
here. Didn't I
Yes.
see you guys in the elevator?
You did.
Okay,
You had
and I
those
sent
nice
you that
treats
way.
Jason
Okay.
was eating the cake.
Thank you for joining us this
Yeah.
evening. Commissioners, any questions for the applicants?
Mr. Farmy, when are you expecting to be ready to go? What were you
We're hoping to call the DCR for an inspection at the top of the year. So sometime in the first or second week of January, we think we'll be ready to call for that. All cameras are in, full surveillance is in, all that's done. Except the cameras on the exterior, which once we wrap up the facade, we'll mount those, but the whole surveillance system is in. All the cabinet, all the millwork is going in, the shelves are going in right now. We have our final electrical inspection next week, we hope. We've already passed our plumbing, we've passed our HVAC, we've had a preliminary inspection by the building inspector, got all our handicap stuff on, we're full ADA compliant. We are, we're good.
We're ready to open.
And this is
I'm
Josh.
Cockerman. I'm the social equity candidate. This is my partner, Josh.
We met 5 years ago and it's been an
Josh and
awesome
Josh?
relationship.
Your name is Josh?
I think we met in
Josh.
2015.
2015 was
Yeah,
it?
It's been a while.
Was it 15? No.
It's been an adventure.
Was it 10 years? 5 years.
You two are funny.
Crazy.
Well, thank you for that. Commissioners, any questions? Any other questions?
Sorry, this is a type 10 only. This is just retail.
Just retail. Yeah.
Okay,
All right,
congratulations.
Thank you very much, sir.
thank you again. We're closing out your presentation and moving on to deliberations, if any.
It's nice to have cheery.
I don't know, for a minute, I thought they were
Toward the
going
end of
into a
the
skit.
end of
I'm
today.
like,
We've been here a lot of hours. So loopy.
hey, you've sat through a lot today. Yes, you have. Yes, you have. There are pumpkin squares in the room. Hearing no deliberations, we'll move on to the motion.
It is Commissioner Lim, in regards to number 17, DCR core record number 310135 for the business located at 19707 to 19709 Nordoff Street. I make a motion to adopt the staff report dated December 1, 2024.
Vice President Nash, seconds. Commissioner.
Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
Commissioner Farmby,
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez,
Aye.
President Mason,
Aye.
the motion passes.
Thank you. There really are pumpkin squares. Item 18 is DCR core record number 310077. The applicant is OTC Van Nuys to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 5242 North Van Nuys Boulevard. Mr. Vizo, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
We do not have a speaker card. There is a raised hand. I'm not certain if that would be the neighborhood council rep.
You may verify.
Caller with phone number ending in 8442, please state your name and whether you represent the neighborhood council or an elected office.
Hello, my name is Joey Evans, and I am the social equity.
Okay, the commission president has not called on you yet, so we're
Oh,
going to
okay,
put you
so
back in the
sorry.
queue.
Thank you for verifying. At this time, we'll go ahead and hear the department's presentation.
Good evening. My name is Ethan Spalding. I will present item number 18 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 310077 is associated with OTC Van Nuys. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 5242 North Van Nuys Boulevard in the Van Nuys North Sherman Oaks Community Plan area within Council District 4. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of July 26, 2022. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with LAMC Section 104.06. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license C10-0001037-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through May 19th, 2025. The applicant is subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the social equity program. To comply with the equity share requirements, SCIAs must possess unrestricted ownership of their share of the social equity applicant business, a proportional right to vote into the profits, and include code mandated language. As part of the application process, DCR reviewed the corporate and ownership documentation provided for this applicant and determined that the applicant met the minimum equity share requirements at that time. On or about October 17th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. 2 virtual community meetings were held, the first on November 14th and the second on November 18th of this year. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. DCR did not receive oral or written testimony for or against this applicant. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation for this item.
Thank you so much. Commissioners, any questions for the department? Hearing none, we will go ahead and hear from the applicant's representative at this time.
Caller with phone number ending in 8442, please state your name and how you represent the applicant. You have 10 minutes to address the commission.
Hello, my name is Joey Evans, and good evening, Madam President and esteemed commissioners. I really do apologize for not being able to be there in person due to weather, as I am still in the Midwest. So I would like to thank you guys again for having me. I'd like to start off with saying this project here with Off the Charts and OTC Van Nuys has taken me about 6 years to get to this point of being operational, for almost 3. I was started with a predatory partner, battling litigation and bankruptcy, and eventually opening OTC in the Van Nuys Sherman area, where I also was a resident in Van Nuys, a past resident in Van Nuys and a past resident in Sherman Oaks. So with great gratitude of being able to have this business in the city of Van Nuys and Sherman Oaks area, the opening of OTC has been a fulfillment of being a business owner for years for myself. So to actually see it come to fruition has been something of great value from where I've come from in my life. I'm glad to be a business owner and be able to flourish in the community in which we operate, being able to give back to the community. I'm also, excuse me, I'm also under the weather from being out here in the cold. But let's see. Here at OTC, we have really focused on hiring locally, you know, being a part of community incentives. Right now, we are collecting toys for tots. We do neighborhood cleanups. We also make sure, I'm so sorry. Okay, so sorry about that. But through the focus of our local hiring community and incentives like Toys for Tots, competitive wages, offering more, our store has become a welcoming member of the Van Nuys and Sherman Oaks community. And I'm thrilled about the achievement. So we can go to the next slide. I believe it's for community and security. So as being the social equity and being a part of the opening and operations here at the business, it's really important for us as a company to make sure that our community, that we are giving back to our community and we are actually integrating into Sherman Oaks community fabric. We have implemented our good neighborhood policy at the location for before we opened and it was paid off. The starting point of this plan was neighborhood outreach. Before opening, we went door to door and surrounding neighbors to provide the information of our community liaison. We answered any questions about our operations. The integrations of efforts include our continued commitment to hiring at least 70% of local employees, as well as offering paid volunteer time off for employees and local organizations that serve the community. In the past, we participated in, like I said, park cleanups and toy drives, local food banks, just to name a few. These events allow us to encourage direct community members and customers to improve awareness about who we are as a company and how we best serve the community. Further, we implement lighting and outdoor control plans, as well as community liaisons who are available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to ensure continued adherence to our good neighborhood policy. Security and improving the safety of our site, surrounding neighbors, and other things we take distinctive pride in. We have worked with Cold Water since opening our location, utilizing their guards 24/7 site security. Our security plan includes two part-time and full-time guards who work in 3-shift systems to optimize site safety and security. Posts include the entrance, retail floor, as well as a Roman exterior sweep during hours of operation. Our on-site surveillance includes over 30 combined interior and exterior cameras. Exterior cameras include facial recognition capabilities, while outside cameras provide us with license plate reading capabilities, which can be used to enhance law enforcement in the community. So we like to make sure that we're up on all of our security and making sure that if anyone's needing to use our footage or we need to use our footage, our retention exceeds the 90-day for the state. We also have on-site backup power system, which enhances the system operation in event of a power outage. We can go to the next slide. Did we switch to the next slide or is my computer frozen?
We are on the meeting notice posting slide on our side.
Okay. All right. So the above image demonstrates our compliance with the commission's requirements for outreach to the local neighborhood council, as well as posting of meetings notice on site. With everything said, I'm confident that our operations has created a beneficial impact to the Sherman Oaks community and beyond. This opportunity has firsthand impacted me. It not only created a steady source of revenue for myself, but it's also given me the opportunity to go back to school and further my education at almost 40 years old. So I'm really appreciative for us to be compliant in the things that we're compliant with and making sure that we offer, a safe environment for workers. We've also have, a very low retention. We have a low retention of bartender overturns. So we've been able to keep, a lot of our workers. I've also had to lose a lot of my good workers to them getting promotions within the company and growing as managers and being placed in other stores. So, with that, it's really good to see how hiring local people and get to see them, be inspired by a company and then go on to do great things for themselves, whether it be inside of the company or, for further dreams outside. The commissioner's approval of our annual license tonight will allow us to continue these efforts. Our continued commitment to local hiring and fair wages have provided direct local economic effects, and we look forward to continuing to hire local and promote from within. Furthermore, our commitment to our good neighborhood policy and outstanding track record, enhancing the safety and security of the neighborhood, has allowed us to immediately impact our business surrounding neighbors. So we are very encouraged by the opportunity to continue to serve the community of Sherman Oaks and respectfully request that the commission supports the department's request actions. I want to thank you for your time. I know we've been on this journey since 2:00 this afternoon, so I don't want to take any more of your time, but if you guys do have questions, furthermore, I just want to thank you for hearing me today.
Absolutely. Thank you for calling in and thank you for your presentation. Best wishes for a full recovery. Commissioners, you're welcome. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant?
President Mason, before we move on, there is another
I'm
raised
sorry.
hand.
Is there? Was
Yes.
someone else
Did we
calling
leave
in?
one?
You may verify.
Okay.
Possibly my representative.
Caller with phone number ending in 3067. Please state your name and whether you represent the applicant. You have 1 minute and 44 seconds left.
I'm sorry, this is Attorney Steve Bagamian. I was actually calling in on the Crenshaw legacy matter. I received notice that there might be a motion for reconsideration, so I will wait until Crenshaw legacy is back up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so commissioners, any questions for the applicant? Okay, again, thank you for calling in. We are moving on to commissioner deliberations at this time.
Okay.
Hearing no deliberations, I will call for a motion.
Item number 18, this is Commissioner Farmby, DCR Core Record number 310077. The applicant is OTC Van Nuys. The business premises is located at 5242 North Van Nuys Boulevard. I move a motion to adopt the staff's recommendation that's stated in the report.
Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Thank you. Ms. Treviso, please call the roll.
Commissioner Farmby,
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez,
Aye.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
President Mason.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. We do have a request for a 5-minute recess, so the time is 7:39. We are taking 5. We shall return shortly.
You were prepared.
We may resume.
Thank you. The time is 7:47 and we are resuming. This is President Mason and we are on item 19, DCR Core Record Number 101738. The applicant is Barr Corporation to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 2815 West Sunset Boulevard, Suites 201 and 206. Mr. Vizo, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
We do not have a speaker card and there is no raised hand in the virtual meeting.
Thank you. At this time, we'll hear the department's presentation.
Good evening. My name is Ethan Spalding. I will present item number 19 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR Core Record Number 101738 is associated with Barr Corporation. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 2815 West Sunset Boulevard, Suites 201 and 206, in the Silver Lake, Echo Park, Elysian Valley Community Plan area within Council District 13. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of January 1st, 2018. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with LAMC Section 104.06. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license C10000191-LIC to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through June 12th, 2025. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. On or about October 17th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. 2 virtual community meetings were held, the first on November 14th and the second on November 18th of this year. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. DCR did not receive oral or written testimony for or against this applicant. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC Section 104.04. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation for this item.
Thank you so much. Commissioners, any questions for staff? Okay, thank you. Hearing none, we do have a representative here on behalf of the applicant. Please state your name for the record, your relationship to the applicant, and you will have 10 minutes.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Ruben Harris-Union. I am the co-founder, co-owner, and CEO of the applicant Barr Corporation, DBA California Caregivers Alliance. We are one of the few dispensaries who've been open in 2006, and throughout all these 18 plus years, stayed in the same location with the same owners, with a zero disruption to community, zero police involvement, and zero incidents. With all ups and downs, weathered every storm, came out of it, and are still standing strong. We were Silver Lake's best kept secret in the early to mid 2000s and have always been a staple of this community. At TCA, we're committed to maintaining highest standard of compliance, safety, and service in cannabis industry. TCA was established under original medical cannabis ordinance and followed all procedures with the city, state, and local group like the Silver Lake Neighborhood Council, who just last night anonymously voted to support the renewal of our permit, for which I'm petitioning today. We also complied with 300 feet radius mailing and notified neighbors to come at this meeting. Because of the shortage of time, Debbie Slaughter told me to let you guys know if you can contact her about details for last night's meeting that neighborhood council was voting for. When we start operating in 2006, and it was based on ideology, Proposition 215 and Senate Bill 420, which was all about act of compassion, care, and collective cooperation with community safety and cleanliness. Even though cannabis industry are more becoming commercialized and more big conglomerates entering the market, we're trying still to keep old traditions that and we're not mostly focused on commercialized selling and like keeping lines going fast, but we're more about guidance, education, and because back in the days we're not even allowed to call customers, we were only allowed to call them patients, and with that still mentality, we're treating our customers that every customer still have benefits from cannabis, and we're educating them and guiding them how to do. We're not rushing them out. Our goal is to guide them. We were one of the first retail cannabis business dispensaries to partner up with UFC Local 770 and unionized all our employees. Our goal is for our employees and our customers and patients feel safe in that environment and just don't have any, just to know that also the employees have their back with unions, because back in the days when we entered the industry, employees weren't treating like as in a regular other businesses, because everybody can open a cannabis business, but they're coming up from a black market. They didn't know what to do, how to treat employees, and we, with several dispensaries, approached the unions and start those unionization process of the dispensaries. We have a loyal patient customer base, same that have supported us from day one and still frequent to our shop. We don't price gouge prices. We work diligently with distributors and vendors to afford our customers and most fair and reasonable prices. We always pass on the discount and savings. We do donation to the Children's Hospital, Silver Lake firefighters. We do neighborhood clinics. We also give back community. Community really loves us. We've been there for 18 plus years, and yesterday neighborhood council meeting, it was proof of it too. Thank you for considering our application. We're eager to continue serving our customers and contributing to our community and the advancement of the regulated cannabis market. And I'm here to answer all your questions. So I've been pretty long in this industry.
And you've been long here today.
Yeah, I've been long here today.
And thank you for being with us, hanging out till almost the end. I don't have any questions. Commissioners, do you have any questions?
This is Commissioner Lim. How do you feel the retail cannabis market has changed from 2006 to today?
It's more commercialized. It's more like, for example, the patients are being rushed, not educated. They don't treat us like as a customer. You come, you buy, you go. You come, you buy, you go. There's a lines, and before you're required to spend a lot of time with customers, with patients, educating them. And even though DCR is not allowed right now to give out the free stuff, before it was very common to just give out free stuff to the people in need, cancer patients who don't have enough money to buy cannabis, CBDs. And that was a good thing back in the days, so giving out free stuff. It was like an act of compassion, because that's the purpose that cannabis got legalized with Senate Bill 420, Prop 215. So, and now the more bigger conglomerate, it was expected to happen anyways. It was just a matter of time. But the small family-owned shops like us, we still keep old traditions, and we're just a local good daily rust it daily with local community labs and comes and goes to us.
And how is your profit or sales from 2006 and now?
Oh, the 2006 was a little different because it was just the beginning. A lot of people didn't know what's going on.
2010, yeah.
2010, 2000, it drastically it went down because of the competition, because of the illegal dispensaries, illegal deliveries, and taxes that went up on the regulated cannabis. But the only thing we're trying to persuade our customers and patients that the cannabis they buy from illegal shops, it's the most regulated thing in today's market. Even alcohol and tobaccos are not as well regulated nowadays as cannabis, because the cannabis being tested in 4 phases with all detailed, all like the last one they just came out with the 4th test that illuminates all even the metals in it. And so you can blow on a kid's face and nothing will happen with the kid. It's just a pure air. That's how clean cannabis right now. But buying it from the illegal deliveries or dispensaries, you're just buying a pure poison. And that's what the price you pay for by going to legal dispensary, by paying more taxes on it. But that many people and patients, they don't look at that. They just see the cheaper price, half price, and they go there. Plus competition. Obviously, more dispensaries open up, more business-wise people, more smarter people, and it's just natural. But we're still maintaining our normal amount of patients, dedicated loyal people who come to us. It declined, but it's okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, hearing none. Thank you again for being here.
Thank you.
And we're going to move on to deliberations, if any. Okay, hearing none. Is there a
Item
motion?
19.
Okay.
DCR core record number. Sorry, Commissioner Farmby, item 19, DCR core record number 101738. The applicant is Barr Corporations. The business premise is 2815 West Sunset Boulevard, Suite 201 and 206. I'd like to make a motion to accept the staff's recommendation as stated in their report.
Commissioner Melendez, I second.
Thank you. Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
Commissioner Farmby,
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez.
Aye.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
President Mason.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Item 20, DCR core record number 100006. The applicant is Fountain of Wellbeing, a cooperative corporation, to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 7231 North Hines Avenue. Ms. Treviso, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this item?
We do not have a speaker card and there is no raised hand in the virtual meeting.
Thank you. Then at this time, we will hear from department staff.
Good evening. My name is Ethan Spalding. I will present item number 20 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. DCR core record number 100006 is associated with Fountain of Wellbeing, a cooperative corporation. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 7231 North Hines Avenue, North Hollywood, California, 91605 in the Sun Valley Latuna Canyon Community Plan area within Council District 2. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of March 26, 2021. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with LAMC Section 104.06. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license, C112-0000158-LIC, to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through July 8th, 2025. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. On or about October 17th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. 2 virtual community meetings were held, the first one on November 14th and the second on November 18th of this year. During the meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. DCR did not receive oral or written testimony for or against this applicant. Based on the department's analysis, the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR, the commission, may deny a license. At present, DCR is not aware of any existing facts or circumstances to deny this annual license for the reasons in LAMC section 104.04. Therefore, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation for this item.
Thank you so much. Commissioners, any questions for the department? Okay, hearing none. Is there a caller on the line for this one, Ms. Treviso?
I don't see a raised hand, but I will make an announcement. If the applicant's representative is on the virtual meeting, please dial *9 to raise your hand. If the applicant's representative for item number 20 is on the virtual meeting, please dial *9 to raise your hand. There are no raised hands in the virtual meeting.
Okay, I'm going to close the applicant's presentation and move on to deliberations, if any. Hearing none, is there a motion?
This Commissioner Lim, in regards to number 20, DCR core record number 100006 for business located 7231 North Hines Avenue. I make a motion to adopt the staff report dated December 1, 2024.
Commissioner Farby, I second.
Thank you, Mr. Treviso. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
Commissioner Farnby,
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez,
Aye.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
President Mason.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. It has been requested and I have considered, and so I am that we reopen item 5 to move the meeting date from March 6th to a more sooner date. So after much consideration, I'm going to go ahead and grant that request and make a motion to reopen item 5, DCR core record number 320040. The applicant is Crenshaw Legacy LLC to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 4050 South Crenshaw Boulevard, wherein our previous decision was to continue the matter to March 6, 2025. That is the motion. Is there a second?
This Commissioner Farby, I second.
Thank you so much. Mr. Treviso, please call the roll.
President Mason,
Aye.
Commissioner Farnby,
Aye.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez,
Aye.
Vice President Nash.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you so much. Does the department have any input on this matter?
The department fully supports the change in the commission hearing date. We will update our public hearing notice as necessary.
Okay, thank you. I do believe the applicant's representative is on the line.
Caller with phone number ending in 3067. Please state your name and whether you represent the applicant.
Good evening, Commissioners. This is Attorney Steve Baghumi, and I represent Crenshaw Legacy. And I'm sorry for the ambient noise. I was under the assumption this matter was closed. I'm at a fundraiser right now. I received a call from Ms. Wagner from the City Attorney's Office. So, frankly, I'd like to understand why the motion for reconsideration and why the date's being moved up, because this is the first notice I'm receiving on this.
Ms. Wagner, would you care to respond to the question at this time?
This is Taylor Wagner, Deputy City Attorney. I think purely for workload purposes, we're trying to spread out the commission's caseload. And in that light, we're looking for an earlier date.
Thank you, Ms. Wagner.
The issue I have is I can't consult with either the social equity applicant or any of the other owners at this point on such short notice to confirm their availability or the other individuals who plan to present. It's really sudden.
I mean, with all due respect, we're not continuing it to a date in December. And this is like the third time your client has come before this commission. My position, I understand what you're saying. My position on that is that if they want the license, they'll make themselves available. You guys will have to work that out.
I believe it's the second time, not the third time.
No, the continuance will be the third time.
Right.
This matter has been on our agenda twice.
Correct. Yes. Yes. And it was closed earlier today and it was reopened without, an incredibly short notice. And frankly, I don't understand the rationale. I mean, you could set it in April, you could set it in March. I'm just not sure whether people can make it on January 6th, so close to the holidays. You might have plenty of people out of town that day.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything else you wanted to add in your client's defense for us to consider with respect to a date?
No, this is just the second time that we haven't received notice or received inadequate notice for this hearing. I just wanted to put that on the record, but the commission can vote as it sees fit.
Okay, it has been entered into the record. Thank you. He's given a date and we haven't set forth a date at all. Okay, so I'm going to close the applicant's presentation and move on to commission consideration. So the available dates are January 16th, February 6th, and February 20th.
I mean, if he needs more time, we can do it sometime in June, But let's depending, we want to be considerate to the guy, right? So I say maybe we do it sometime in February or March, and that way it gives him plenty of time to be able to consult with his people,
Yeah. Mind you, all due respect, if I recall correctly, it's been about 8 months right now. Am I not, is that not right? I mean, with the continuance and with the first appearance and all that, I mean, it's been roughly
8 months.
Roughly 8 months at this moment. So I would think and hope that if this was a priority, I think the sooner the better, but doesn't sound that way.
Time. So February, March.
Commissioners Lim, Vice President Nash, any thoughts here?
Look, I mean, President Mason, I think that the first available date that we have, if I heard you correctly, was the 16th.
Correct.
Okay, that's a good month a good 5 weeks, 6 weeks from now.
6 weeks.
Yeah, in my opinion, I think that's a significant amount of time, considering that it's already been several months.
As Commissioner Lim.
I'm very apologetic if I could just interject. And this is Deputy City Attorney Emily Lotta. Just to be clear, is this commission in deliberations period at this moment in time?
Yes, we are.
Yes,
Okay, thank you very much.
yes.
We're
We're
I won't be
deliberating.
here on January 16th, so I think that's a great day.
Yeah, so I mean, I heard what was said, but I don't, like, I feel like it's a significant amount of time.
We have no justification to tell them why we need it. We have a calendar conflict. We're overloaded. We pick a date, and if they can make it, they can make it. We don't need to justify why we're doing it. It's a calendaring issue.
At the
Yeah.
end.
I
The
agree.
end.
I agree 100%.
Yeah.
January 16th, yeah.
Okay, this is President Mason. I think we're done with the deliberations. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, regarding item number 5, DCR core record number 320040. This is President Mason, and I move that we continue this matter to our January 16th, 2025 meeting.
It's Commissioner Farby. I second the motion.
Thank you. Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
President Mason,
Aye.
Commissioner Farmby,
Aye.
Commissioner Lim,
Aye.
Commissioner Melendez,
Aye.
Vice President Nash.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Commissioners, thank you for your service in 2024. It has been a pleasure to serve with each of you. Thank you for leaning into this work, for embracing it with aplomb, with passion, and with dedication. And I look forward to serving with you in 2025. Happy holidays to you and your families. The time is 8:14. Oh, and thank you to the department staff for your service and your assistance as well. We appreciate you. The time is 8:14 and this meeting is adjourned.